Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey everybody, it is your good friend, the Safety Doc, Dr. David Perrodin from down here in the North Star Recording Studio, and wishing you a happy Valentine's Day. So I'm looking over here on the feedback monitor and it seems a little out of focus, but now coming in focus. So no sport coat tonight, actually wearing my Jets shirt and a zip up fleece and a cotton hoodie over that because it's cold, like 10 degrees cold, which gets to be a little bit long here in southern Wisconsin. But maybe 2 months of this left. So, but wanted to just again give a shout out to everybody, and we are we have two awesome guests on deck. So hey, it is Toy Town Inc. Hey, it's True Tragedies. Welcome. So, and our friend Solitude Surfer. All right. So, yeah, next week will be Josh the Locksmith. Got a lot of questions like, hey, what's the best lock for your money? Like, how about a bike lock? How about a house lock? What are some things you need to look for? Like, what are kind of, what should you consider if you lock yourself out or you can't get it in a lock? Like, how do you take a picture of the lock? Do you send it to a locksmith? I mean, it's all on the up and up, right? He's not gonna share information. Hey, here's how to defeat a lock or anything like that. But some pretty essential stuff that we just don't think about. And with the cars, the new thing with cars of having all this remote stuff, like what are some things you need to know with that? And also if you run into problems, like how do you work through that? And again, like what information do you provide with your locksmith, and then kind of some locksmith pointers. So he approached me on that show topic and kind of outlined it out. So it's going to be pretty cool. Oh no, True Tragedies, you're sick right now. So I am sorry to hear that. And yes, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. And then 2 weeks from today, we have Lee Jarvis returns to the show. So Lee was awesome back about a year ago when we were talking about intellectual property, and we're going to dig into something called box theory. So it's really kind of like an expertise subset there for Lee, but intellectual property and kind of understanding, hey, like, if I have stuff out on the web, and what does it mean for, intellectual property. But so that show's already been all put together, detailed. Those will both be live streams, but we've got everything mapped out for those. So those are two great shows that are lined up. Now, today isn't a formal show because I am in the midst of converting my first book, School of Airs, into I'm taking the manuscript and preparing it for narration. So I did that with Velocity of Information, and that took me a couple of weeks to go through. And the thing is, like, right, you might find somebody's name and you're not sure how to pronounce it. So you need to make a genuine effort to try to contact these people. Like, there's one person I still haven't heard back from. So I've done like some YouTube searches, and I think her name is Rionette Signier, or Rionette. I don't know how I'm going to, that's not in the, let me see if anybody do this. But anyway, Signier. So yeah, I emailed her and all this stuff. It was like a Gmail address too. So like I thought it would have gone through, but let me just see if anybody like comes up with it here. So Yeah. All right. So let's see. Um, dun, 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 dun. Well, let's see. ENAT. Um, so here we go. So I think I've got the last part of this. All right. So this is her name, Bree, or if you know how to say that, you can phonetically put it in there. And I think I've got Sine out, but yeah. So I emailed and said, "Hey, like this book is being narrated, and I need to know how to say your last name." So kind of where we're at. But so yeah, the so School of Airs was initially released in 2019 in hard copy and also in ebook. Because it has sold well and it is in many libraries. So I was notified just in the last week. I think Brigham Young University, Baltimore Public, and bought multiple copies. University of Illinois just added it, so doing well. That the publisher is reissuing School of Airs in a paperback version, so that will be good. So more accessible, again, because it was kind of aimed more at as a library and a university book. So it will be the same book, just it's re-released in paperback. So it's obviously a cheaper way to produce it. So I don't think people are going to. I think it'll have more sales. So question. Yeah, True Tragedy sounds good on the interview front. So yes, so let me answer this one. And let me explain. I have my big bottle of water here, of course, with my bike sticker that my kids put on there. But I've been hydrating like crazy. And the reason is that School of Airs will be narrated by me. So, yes, School of Airs, which released in 2019, just the way that things kind of worked out with the publisher, it was not released in audiobook, and now because it's been some time, we have worked out an arrangement where I will be narrating the book. So I'm not typically a book narrator, right? So I worked and now have an agreement with a local studio, sound studio. We met last week, started to put together how we're going to do this project. So yeah, I was in the sound booth. They're starting to get samples, and I'll go back 2 more times, and we'll kind of do samples and set up, like how all the files and stuff will be, and then it's live, right? Then it's coming in and recording. And I also, so what I'm doing right now, so that's School of Airs, and I'll get to the velocity of information in a second. So velocity of information is, well, here's my print version of it, just the PDF, kind of like just an author version. So there will be a version similar to this. Well, so this is a narrator's version. So the narrator has this exact version. It's the entire book, right? Just as the book is laid out, but it's just spiral bound. So these aren't commercially available or anything. So let me just clear this. So the narrator has this, and right, doing a horrible job with this here, but so right, I can show you the 2 kind of worst nonsensical pages in the book, but anyway, let me get a couple here that make sense. So yeah, so anyway, so here's the book, right? So it's actually laid out, so if you had the book, it would show page numbers laid out same way. So I go in to the PDF and I put notes like crazy throughout the PDF for the narrator, because I am not the narrator for Velocity of Information coming out in April. That's a professional narrator. He's a voice actor. So yes, so that's different. So I need to go in and put all of the notes, like here's how to pronounce this, or like don't say the end notes, or let's skip over this graphic. So that's pretty tedious. And then we meet and then he reads it and says, hey, like, I've got questions with this, or whatever. Um, and then I need to find out how to pronounce people's names, or if there's certain abbreviations, will we keep those? How will we do it? And some of it then is just like the performance, right? Like, how do you want to do this as a performer? Because that has 10 different interviews. So anyway, there's a lot of work that goes into prepping a manuscript for a narrator, a scholarly nonfiction manuscript. So, and also so it's engaging, right? So that's the first thing. So yeah, the answer is that we have. So here he is going to get RC Bray to read your books from now on. So, so I will soon be able to announce who is narrating Velocity of Information, but I can't do it yet. The narration needs to be complete, and that then completes that part of the contract, and I can't name the narrator right now, but but it's an actor. A lot of you have probably seen on TV. He's done a lot of work. He's younger than I am. So those are all clues. You're narrowing it in now. I think I know where it is. But no. So it's been a good match. We've been working on this since October. So we've been developing kind of the timeline for it. He's been doing different sample readings so we can kind of figure out what tones we want to go. So there's a lot. But so anyway, Velocity of Information, yes. So Velocity of Information, April 11th, comes out in hardback, paperback, ebook, and then it will release later in audiobook. So could be like early 2023, could be a year from now. Audiobook comes out. Audiobook will be done. Audiobook will be completely done, but it will have a staged release. It's kind of just the way that the contract for the book works out. And the reason the publisher does that is this is a scholarly nonfiction. It's a book which they want to have a good chance to saturate into libraries, just like School of Airs did, before the audiobook comes out. And then there's also new momentum with the audiobook coming out a little bit after the print version. It's kind of like what they're doing now with School of Airs. School of Airs came out 2019, but now the paperback, they'll do another marketing campaign on it. So it's all stuff that kind of makes sense in the big picture. So School of Airs, right here, and then let me do a little. And so School of Airs released in 2019 in hard copy and ebook. The publisher is releasing it in paperback by summer. They don't have a definite date when the actual run will go, but it's been approved because it's been selling really well. And again, it's a book that shows up in a lot of libraries. So, and then the paperback version is going to make it more kind of mainstream accessible. So it's really good. It's good news for me. It's what you want to hear when you're an author. Your book is selling well. It's been selling well for 3 years. So we're moving it into this other format. So the audiobook version of School of Airs, I will be recording that again at a sound studio, and it will take me, maybe like 2 months to record it, just because we've set it up where I'm going to do 2 90-minute sessions a week starting in March. So I will do Wednesday mornings and Friday mornings. And the reason is like my voice just can't, I just can't take, I can't take that. I can't, I'm not somebody who has a voice that can hold up for a long time. So, hey, welcome. It's Mictavis. This threw me off though. So, is it Bacon or is it Mictavis? And with the logo there. So that is confusing. That is, wow. So, so again, kind of a recap is why this is, less formal today, is I've been working like crazy on School of Airs, prepping the manuscript for narration. because I was, just green light it to go ahead on that audiobook. Again, through, my publishing agreement, and I am the one narrating it. So I've, spoken a lot, right? Public and things like that. So that's not an issue, but to narrate is a skill, right? So understanding, the style and pacing and all of that. So I'm going through making sure I'm familiar any areas I want to, practice. So last night I spent about 2 hours going through a couple chapters and pulling out segments and just practicing, because what happens is I'll be in the studio and then I'll have an iPad in front and that'll have the manuscript and then I'll be like scrolling through. And, anytime you make a mistake or something, the so that paper copy that I showed you before, there'll be a paper copy of School of Airs. So the audio engineer will be on the other side of the glass, and they'll be marking it as I'm reading, as I'm narrating. And then if I make a mistake, they'll mark it. Or if there's something that doesn't sound right or whatever, they'll mark it. And then at the end of the session, they might say, hey, like, could you repeat, not could you, but we want you to repeat this sentence, or I want you to repeat this word. So there'll be certain things right there. And then they'll edit, they'll master it. They'll create a finish file. So they'll go in and cut all of the stuff out, make sure it's all leveled and things like that. So that's how we're working. And we figure at that pace, it'll be, it won't burn out my voice. And so with that said, I'm excited about this because, well, first let me go over to the chat, and then I'm also going to show you what it looks like, what I'm doing on the other screen here. So, but yeah, my voice is kind of raw today because I did spend a lot of time narrating. So just practiced, narrating last night. So hey, it is Toy Town, True Tragedies. Oh my goodness, C&T. Yeah, so if you know how to, I think it's Rianette, or it's going to be Raina, whatever. She won't respond saying, here's how to pronounce my name. So, hello, Doc, and the bot. So I saw there was a bot in there from Ting Ting. Hey, Ting Ting. G23, Tom McDonald. So, wow. Yeah, I'll say I am. It's interesting, right? Because the professional narrator, I mean, that is awesome. And that whole process of going through the people auditioning to read the book was really cool. And then like for School of Airs, you get me, but so you get the author of the book. So I think there's an allowance there when people will read that, that it is the author, right? But it's, being professionally put together in a studio, but, I'm not exactly sure of how, if I want to, how much of my personality I want to interject into that book, because it's not really a book designed to kind of get real wild, but it does have some very punchy parts in it. So, but looking forward to it. Again, I'll get to that in just a second. So it is Mictavus. It's kind of a Mictavus bacon hybrid. So happy Valentine's Day if you're one of the lucky ones to own a ball and chain from Ting Ting. Yeah, they say it, Mictavus. Yep, it's he's all going on here. So it's Andrew. What's up, everyone? Besides, yeah, no kidding. I've never seen anything like this. And I grew up in the 80s. But isn't it crazy? Because when I wrote The Velocity of Information, I have pictures from March of 2020 of our local gas station, and gas was 90 cents a gallon. Remember, like everybody stopped driving and was told to stay home. And I mean, it dropped to 90 cents a gallon 2 years ago. Like right now, 23 months ago, gas, 90 cents a gallon. And things were kind of just cratering. So that was short lived, but it was there, for about a month and a half. So, Doc, put your entire personality into the book. It'll make it better. So, yeah, I think that's where I'm going to go. So, thanks, CNT. What I've been doing is I record, and again, like the so I'm thrilled because I've been working with the publisher for quite a while, and I said, you haven't released it in audiobook, so can we do something about that? Because a lot of people contact me that want the audiobook. And I used to work at the school for the blind, and I have a number of friends who are blind. And I mean, they'll say, yeah, ebook's okay. Like ebook readers are all right if you're blind, but they're not nearly as good as having somebody read a book. So this eliminates those barriers. Plus, this book will be priced low. So Velocity of Information's audiobook will be priced kind of where the audiobook prices, are. This School of Airs will come in lower, and it'll also be lower for libraries. So yeah. So that is also a nice offsetting part here, is that, and it's going to be through, again, I did I did kind of a thing on it, but it's through Findaway Voices is the distributor. So it goes to Audible, Google, Apple. So pretty much all the places where you can get audiobooks, right? Scribd, things like that. So it distributes through all of that through Findaway Voices. Again, I'm the narrator, and then it is being recorded in a sound studio. So not down here with my USB Yeti mic. And the studio is, the studio is actually my town here. It's been here 20 years. And the guy who's the lead engineer is a couple of years younger than I am, I would say. He's been, his place has had it. And it's really awesome because the building is like 170 years old. And so the studio, when you're inside, right, there's this really warm feeling. There's this ambiance of being in the studio that's in a building that's 170 years old. And then the recording booth and all of that. I kind of like that it's not like super modern and high tech out building. I mean, it's got all his equipment there, right? And but it feels right. And the fact that literally I can get in my car and I'm there in 5 minutes. I mean, like from the moment I leave my house to the moment I walk in the door is 5 minutes. So it's really a cool thing. They've done this type of work before. So it's just it's all coming together, and they'll professionally render the files and stuff. So School of Airs will come out at the latest in August. I don't know if I'm going to try to time it so it comes out with the back to school stuff. There's a lot of good marketing there if you can release something that gets on the coattails of back to school, or else if I'll release it an audiobook just when I'm done with it. I don't know. I don't think it makes sense to release it like in May, like at an end of a traditional school. I say traditional because there's still schools that are like virtual or whatever, but I think it makes more sense to release it either in July or August. It'll be done, before then. So let me show you what it looks like. And let me go over here. So, hey, here's the bacon. So now we have Mictivus and bacon kind of battling it out. Hey, it's Zippy. I thought you were streaming tonight. Yeah. So this is kind of just an update stream. So you just can see there's no sport coat, nothing for them, but just to let you know kind of what I'm doing here, which is exciting. Like the audiobook version of School of Airs is finally happening. MK Joe. So I'm gonna switch my screen, and I'm going to show you what I've been working on. And this is like urgent stuff because this is all rapidly developed. So, okay. So what you see right here, this is School of Airs, and so this is called a proof. This is the final proof. This is the exact book. Now, as you go through it, everything yellow and all this stuff, like I put all of this on here. These are all my notes for narration. So the proof of the book is when the publisher, they do a first proof, and proof is format, and then they'll ask you like, hey, they'll fact check things and stuff like that. And I guess they will do like spelling and stuff like that, but it's not really like proofing for spelling. It's like content and layout. And so this is the third and final proof. So this is the actual book as it appears in PDF. So nobody has this except me. Like if you buy School of Airs, you don't get this. I mean, you get like an ebook and things like that. But this, though, is the document that I will use when I narrate the book. I will read off of this. So there's little notes to myself on here. So right here, it's GIS. So that stands for, it's Global Information Systems, GIS. I put a little note, and I want, so that the audio engineer will have this in front of him in this paper copy, right? The entire thing will be printed off. He'll be going page by page, and he'll have a pencil or whatever, and he'll be marking it. But he will also have where he'll be able to see, oh, like David skipped GIS, or David said GIS, so that's okay. Like there's nothing to worry about here. Or like down here, crisis preparedness presentation on Wisconsin Public Television in 2013, which isn't in the script, right? Because this is a citation prod in 2013. So I'm not going to read the citations in the audiobook. But I need to give people some context here. So I'm like, okay, this happened in 2013. So when the audio engineer's listening and I say Wisconsin Public Television in 2013, he'd be like, 2013, that's not in here. But no, because he'd see the note. And of course, there'll be some small things that I might tweak, but you can't, you have to stick to what the book says. But if there's a reason, to take out a word or, something like that, you just, right, you can't add things. I mean, because in the 2013 is there, I just making it clear. So let me mark where I'm at here. Okay, page 30. So here's what it looks like, right? So I've already put in here, this manuscript is marked for audiobook narration. So the only people that will have this version will be me and the audio engineer. Be the only two people that will have this version. So right here, we met last week and we put together the list of audio files. And this was harder to do than what I thought. And I had to consult with a few of my friends who are audio engineers who helped me out on this also. So I appreciate that. So what happens? So we have opening credits, which I'll get to in a second. Acknowledgments. So this is printed. So of course this isn't in the book. This is printed in the narration guide, right, that I'm giving to the audio engineer. All right, water. So acknowledgments, forward. So these are all things from the book, introduction. So we ran into something interesting. So the book has 5 parts, but part 1, it just says part 1, the torus. Well, the thing is, it wouldn't make sense to create an audio file that is part 1, the torus, and then the listener clicks on it and I say part 1, the torus, and that's all there is. Like that'd be ridiculous. I mean, it'd be a 5-second file. So it actually will get rolled into chapter 1. So I had to check with Findaway Voices and said, here's what I'm going to do. Is this okay? And they're like, yeah, that'll work. Because normally you're not supposed to combine sections, but so I will start out with, it'll say chapter 1 is the listeners going through it, right, as the menu comes up. But I will start out by saying part 1, the torus. And I'll pause for 2 seconds and say, chapter 1, how thinking about a bagel can get you through the worst day of your life. And so then chapter 2. So when we get to part 3, I wrote like 3-4 paragraphs for part 3. So I would actually narrate those. Those would be their own file. So all these things that have a little checkbox, these are all files that we have to create. Now, these aren't, very long chapters, but, it's about 55,000 words total, the book, about 200 pages. So closing credits about the author, back matter. So there's this thing called back matter in a book, and you can basically throw almost anything you want. It's at the end of the book after you get done narrating it, and there's a file, and so that's where I'll put the about the author. I could, you could put other things back there. I could read the reviews on the back of the book, but I'm not going to do that. So just about the author. Then you have to create a retail sample, and that's probably going to be a 5-minute clip. It has to be 5 minutes max, 1 to 5 minutes. And I'm going to just wait till it's done in, between the audio engineer and myself. We'll just kind of be like, here, this is a really good section. You're really on at this moment. So let's use that. We'll cut that out as your 5-minute retail sample. So here's what opening credits are. Now, this has to be exact, or the book will not be accepted by Findaway, by ACX, Audible, all of those. They won't accept it if this is, it has to be exactly like this. And part of it is it has to match the book cover. It has to match the existing book metadata because this book already exists. So this is verbatim what I have to say. So the book will begin, and I'll say, School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, written and narrated by David P. Proden. Audiobook copyright stipulations of this work have been reverted to the author by publisher Rowman and Littlefield. Boom, that's it. That's the first file. That's opening credits. It has to be that. So then that's put together. Then this, like right here, little note to the audio engineer. I'm not going to narrate this. So I'm not going to narrate the table content. You typically don't, right? So there are certain rules in audiobook narration, but again, I'm not an audiobook narrator, but so yeah, this, I mean, there's also a PDF, it's called a PDF companion document. You might, if you're familiar with audiobooks, you might have that option. So there's graphs and things like that. It might say, see figure 3.2 in the companion PDF because you can't recreate it, when you're narrating. So what I might do, well, I'm going to have a PDF, and I'll definitely put the bibliography, all the references in there. And part of that's legal, because at the end of this, you state that, all of the references are available in the print and ebook versions. And then I think it's a professional courtesy to put them in the companion document, even though you won't exactly know where they fit in the text. And then I might go back and put put this table of contents in. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about that, but I mean, we're talking maybe 2 pages for that PDF, that companion document. It'll be pretty short. It's much more detailed and longer for the velocity of information. So anyway, do not narrate these contents. Let's see what else. Then I'll come to the chat. So again, this is all stuff I've had from, so I went in and I numbered. So this number 6, that's not in the book. I did that in Adobe to put this 16 font big number, because if we go up here, I had to insert this opening credits. This wasn't part of the book. So I inserted this into this final PDF document. So then, right, when the audio engineer is going through and, we're working on this together, he'll just go back and say page 6, and it'll be page 6 here. It's not, all the stuff over here is irrelevant. All of this, it's just what's on the bottom. So that's how we're going to do it. So that gets ignored. Praise pages all get ignored. My narrator thought my sound engineer thought I should put these in back matter, and I thought, no, no one's going to really care to hear people giving endorsements for the book. I probably wouldn't listen to that. And I think it's people already know who I am and know about the book, right? So and they can find all of this stuff in other places, but I'm not going to narrate any of this. So this won't be in the back matter. If it was narrated, it would be in the back matter. You could go and listen to praise. But yeah, so that stuff won't be in there. Let's see what else here. So forward. Okay. So I just put narrate forward as forward by Danny Woodburn, because there's no by here, right? So I don't just say forward Danny Woodburn. I say forward by Danny Woodburn, and then I read it, which is a little weird because I'm reading something he's writing about me. But it's okay. And then, so get this. So let me increase the size of this one. So might be a little big, but so Danny has dwarfism, right? So Mickey Abbott on Seinfeld, Danny, and this is the official condition, spondyloepiphyseal or spondyloepiphyseal dysplasia. So it's dwarfism, officially known as spondylophyseal. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, here's the deal. No one is going to really need to know what the scientific medical name is. So I'm not going to narrate it. So when the audio engineer looks and I go, having one son with dwarfism and another son, my brother Stephen, with Down syndrome, he'll be like, hey, you left out this spondyloepiphyseal dysplasia congenita. I'm like, yep, I did. That's on purpose. So right here. So these are the type of little things, not little things, but can you imagine trying to say, like, I would have to say that by itself and just say, cut it in. We would have to put that in after the fact. I'd have to have him do that. So I'd go in and, so like here, so Danny wrote, I joined the SAG AFTRA. So I can't say that. So I have to actually say, I joined the Screen Actors Guild, Americans Federation of Television and Radio Artists Performers with Disabilities. So, and then it gets into, all these, are you going to say the abbreviation or are you going to say the whole word, people of color or POC? So, so I give guidance to the, like here, I'm not going to narrate this. So the audio engineer knows what's going on. Plus, so I know what's going on. And like here, like don't narrate the name because it's already narrated at the start. But so anyway, let me go over here to the chat. I am making potato wedge bacon barbecue for dinner. That sounds really good. Hello, it's our good friend John Steele from the Steel City, also known as Seattle. So welcome, John Steele. Welcome. One of the best shows, one of the best interviews here at the Safety Doc was when I interviewed John Steele, maybe 2 years ago. So you can find that one. I was just typing John Steele and been the 169 shows there. It's a good one. I think we call it Escaping Seattle. Ting Ting, C&T Designs Arms. I listened to 1984 audiobooks. Difference, the 2.5 hour was so dry it made Death Valley look like rainforest, but I cannot sleep with the 10-hour version. So yes, that's the thing too. So Ting Ting, right, is like, how do you narrate a nonfiction, for me, like a nonfiction book, to be interesting, but also it's scholarly, right? Like I'm a professor, so, and this is a book, school safety, and today, for example, is anniversary of the Parkland school shootings. So one of the things today, for example, is I didn't post anything had to do with School of Errors on any social media today because I don't perceive that as tactful. So again, when you're reading this book, there's a level of tact because it's not science fiction, it's not fiction or kind of this historical. So, but yet there's a lot of punchiness that comes into it with my own take on how I wrote about some, how the book is written. There's Danny, right there. It's Danny. Da-da-da. So, so I am going to lean on the side of, more punchy, more energy into it. So, and that's where I need my audio engineer to really be giving me feedback, right? So saying, like, interrupt me, and say, hey, like this maybe doesn't have the same energy or the same pace as like the other recordings or something like that, or let's take a 5 and come back at this one. So, and he is also I'll have a a hard drive. So every recording, I will have exactly what was recorded, plus he'll have it. So then I'll be able to listen to what I recorded that day before he goes in and does all of the finish work, right? Taking out any of the mistakes, or if there's stuff we have to re-record, edit, change, put some words in, re-record them. But as he said, which is a really good point, he said, I want you to listen to this. Like, as soon as you're out of the studio and have time, like just put on some headphones or whatever and just listen to yourself. And is it the pace and all of that, so you stay consistent, especially across sessions, and so it's really good. It's really good coaching, so that's part of his role, too, is he's saying, spend a lot of time, and that's what I've been doing now. So, for example, let me go back to this. And so I'm kind of more worried about my voice holding out than anything else, to be honest. It's just, and I'm chronically dehydrated, which is of my own doing, right? And in winter, I heat with firewood, so the house humidity drops very, very low. So kind of have all these things I need to really be aware of. So let me read. I'll read one paragraph here of kind of like a tone. That's not very nice. Goes from 200 to. Okay, so so you see the stuff on the side like B0401, like that's all from the publisher. That's all stuff, because there aren't any page numbers on this, because if they lay it out in ebook versus paperback versus hardback, it flows differently, right? So hardback could be 208 pages. They might use a different trim. Instead of 6x9, it might be 6.5x9. So it could be 189 paperback. Ebook could probably be similar. So it's all this stuff. Like, so when I would go through this, and during the process where they'd say, look at B04.1, second sentence, third word or something. And so, check on that. But again, this is a finished copy. So I'm going to narrate, and you guys let me know what you think. I'm just going to do this one right now. Okay. I'm going to look over to my left because I have it larger on that screen. So here we go. I've spent a long time working and studying in both large and small schools in Wisconsin, as well as at the university level. My home state is a rural one. You wouldn't think of our schools as particularly dangerous. So he would just chop it out. But we do have a long history of producing serial killers, forest fires, and polar bear plunge enthusiasts. I got into this work by enjoying the boring stuff. I like the boxes of data, finding patterns, spotting details, and contributing to smarter systems. I've been the director of student services for small and large school districts in Wisconsin. I've worked with tiny facilities and entire states. I've worked with safety companies to help distill data and develop efficient user interface systems, or how students, parents, and staff report threats. So, so that's pretty straightforward. And then this one is a little more punchy right here. So again, this was 2019. This one came out. All right. Now I'm ready to retire. I'm going to point out the problems that are easy to ignore. I will be brutally honest with you about how we can fix them. I'm going to tell you like it is. The empirical research does not support what most school safety experts are doing. You want to know why these drills in which they fire soft pellets are ludicrous? I'm your guy. If you want to know if the weather had been worse on 9/11, the entire harbor rescue would have gone to the dogs, keep reading. If you are simply interested in the world of safety training and design, this may be your jam for a few hours. So, so that's kind of what I'm trying to go with. So I don't know if that was good or bad. So yeah, but it's, and yeah, so I've been like going crazy trying to, hey, it's DLD. Look at this guy. So it's DLD. Hey, DLD. So yeah, it's prepping my voice preservation, reading through this, just making sure I've got everything kind of down. So let me go here. Rocking all the hours in the soundproof, you can drop water weights. Yeah. So I so I'm looking forward to doing this. It's a challenge, right? I've never narrated a book before. I presented twice on PBS before a live audience, national premieres, um, and to me, like, that's fine. Like, I was well prepared. I can do that. Really, no nerves with that at all. Like some people, be like, terrified. No, not. But this is different because I'm not used to reading this level of work and then putting how I'm going to perform it, right? And the thing is, though, like, you can make a mistake and it's not a big deal. That's what the engineer keeps telling me. He's like, just keep going. Like, if you make a mistake, I'll just like move it and cut it out, and it's not a big thing, right? You're just here in the studio. But it is this big volume of work, right? And consistency. So now I'm excited because it's in my own voice. So one of the things that I hear a lot and that I read a lot is if you write and you narrate your book, especially if it's nonfiction, because people aren't expecting this to be, a thriller, right? So if that was the case, like, it would be really difficult for me to step into that role to, but because this is, a nonfiction book and it does have, the punchiness, and I wrote it, right? So it's my book. There's an allowance, I believe, for authors. And now I'll say this because I listen to audiobooks, and I prefer if the author narrates the audiobook, even if they're not a professional, right? I think there's something that they know the content. You get to kind of know them through the tones that they use. Now, with that said, the velocity of information is going to be much better produced by a professional narrator. The route we've gone there, because I have 10 interviews, more than half of the book is quoting other people. So to be able to be a voice actor and a professional actor, to be able to know how to do that and well experienced in that, that's going to serve that book really well. Now, yeah. So for me, this is something I'm learning. I'm excited, I'm excited to be the narrator for my own book. And then it's this legacy, right? So for my family, they would always have access to this book. Hypothetically, generations from now, people would have access to this, depending upon if the government lets you download the book. But it's amazing because I'm thinking, what if my grandfather had, there are legacy things that I have. I have like the tools that my grandfather and great grandfather had used. So there's kind of this legacy into that. But like, what if, I had a book, right, that was narrated by them, or I got to see them on TV or something like that, or like, what would that be like to be able to see, like, your grandfather, in a recorded in the 1940s or producing something like this? I think there's going to be something neat about that that's bigger than what I kind of grasp and understand right now. So, and when I was working with the audio engineer and we sat down and he understood the project, one of the things he said is, this is very important work, right? Like, he's also a father. He says it's important to get this work out there for people and to have it in different accessible formats. And, so it's great you're doing this. And so, yeah, I was, everything's kind of falling in place with this. And again, and this one School of Airs, the audiobook, will be very affordable, very, very, very affordable. So, part of that is, right, because I'm narrating it, there's no cost of in this whole production process of a professional narrator. But yeah, so I'm excited. And I don't know, again, if I'm nervous. I don't know if my voice will hold out. And that's the big thing So we are going to do 2 practice sessions, which will only be recorded for to analyze, right? It won't be recorded for the book. And so we're going to, they're both an hour long. I've already been to the studio, we've got some measurements of like, so he'll calibrate everything to my voice. So there'll be like a button or like a thing they'll press, like the David setting, right? So it'll have, but there'll be certain things then he'll be like, okay, let's listen to this 5-minute part. And then, okay, what do you think for pacing and whatever? And then there are all these techniques too, of like when you talk, the strategy to make sure your pacing is good and you're taking a breath is when you're narrating, you open your hand. When you get to the end of a sentence or a comma or whatever pause, you close your hand. It's kind of like you're opening your mouth, you're closing in. And it's actually pretty well known. I didn't know about it, right? It's not my thing, but it's a good way to make sure you're breathing and you're not hyperventilating through this, because that happens to kind of first time narrators, is they tend to become very breathy because they're not taking in the deep breath. So yeah, we'll go through those and then we'll kind of start. And like I said, it will be perfectly assembled because of the sound, studio and the sound engineer. My quality of it will be hopefully good and hopefully tolerable, and you'll get some, the energy and again, the allowance for listening to the author will make up for it not being professionally narrated. But so my timeline on this is I am hammering through to pick out anything that I need to identify that could throw me off. Or like I might have a word where I'm like, here, I'm just going to say it in isolation and just bring it in, like, because within the text, it's going to throw me off. I don't think that'll happen a lot, but I don't know. And I mean, there are some things in here that could really throw me for a loop, because like I've, wrote the book, I read it, but then to read it out loud, some things are put up as bullet points, right? And other things. So I'm just not sure until I do that. So that's one of the things is I do it and I listen to myself. So the safety doc, honey is the hot tea. I've heard that, and I'm going to do that. And there is actually a tea. There are 2 types of teas for narrators, and both my audio engineer and then who also teaches voice lessons and different musical instruments for like the last 20 years, plus like, bands and all the tracks and audio. So yeah, so I'm going to be doing tea and honey, and then cucumbers in the morning to remain with hydration, and then like cucumber snacks, just a chopped up cucumber in a Ziploc bag that I'll have with me in the studio. So yeah, the safety doc, your voice is okay in that example. I will listen. Okay, well, thanks, Ting Ting. So I'm hoping, yeah, I mean, we're hearing it through this. So what the studio will do is they'll make the voice deeper, right? So it'll be, it'll be much more rich than right here. So I think like I said, we're recording in the morning, which is good, because your voice is rested overnight. And then also I just think, for energy levels and things like that. And I want to come at this at a pretty good clip. So that's where I'm trying now. Okay, I'll go through, I'll read it out loud, try to pick out any parts. And then, I think our first day in studio is March 9th to start recording. So I got to be ready. And actually, like, it takes me time then to get this print version. Will take me 10 days. So, in another, 10 days here, this thing has got to be done and ready to go. Sorry to be harsh. 1K and 1Ks of hours on a mic and behind a console. Not trying to be harsh. 1,000 and 1,000s of hours on a mic and behind a console. All right. Yeah, you're not being harsh. What are you, what is that referring to? I don't know. So I'll watch for that. Oh, I'm getting some critique here from DJ Planners. Way too stiff. Your S's off your sibilants need to be more crisp. When you vocally extort, it's only sometimes helping to emphasize the point you're making. Yeah. No, see, you're right, DJ. Play nice. So, and this is, I'm also, right. I'm not really kind of in my presenter but mode right now, but you're right. And so I have a background as a speech language pathologist too, so I need to bring in my experience and training there to help me out. But so no, you're right. I mean, this I need to become. I mean, like until a week ago, I didn't even know we were going down this road, right? So when I present on PBS and things like that, I've got a slide up, and then like I'm just going from there. I'm not reading what's on the slide, right? Because typically the slide just has a few points, and I'm extrapolating everything from my mind off of that point. So, but yeah, I need to definitely, and I'm kind of like dry and need to do lip balm and a few other things here. So, but the 9/11 line, yeah, so there's an entire chapter about the rescue of 500,000 people from 9 hours from Lower Manhattan. So the book, Ultra Leamington, get this, the book's title, there's a chapter in here called Lessons of Lower Manhattan. That was the title of the book up until like the third proof, this proof. And then the publishing house said, let's change it because it's not resonating very well in the marketing theme. It's like too regional, right? Manhattan and New York. And so one of the suggestions was School of Airs. That was from Sean Dickers, who worked at Bethel University at the time. He was one of my reviewers. And the reason for School of Airs was Shakespeare did the book Comedy of Errors. And Comedy of Errors is basically, all these people who are making these mistakes and they should know better, right? Just in a nutshell, right? But so School of Errors kind of plays off of that, right? Like you have the knowledge, you should be doing things, but you're doing the wrong things. So it worked well, and then that's kind of became the how things took off. But yeah, in all of my documents, all of my files, up until the very last one, it was always Lessons of Lower Manhattan. The original contract is Lessons of Lower Manhattan. So U.S. is shipping, gifting expired munitions to where through private. Oh my goodness! Wow, Men Against the Masses. Yeah. My safe Jack, your voice is okay. Thanks. Cool. Catching up here. Thanks. Sorry not to be harsh. 1K. Okay. Oh, your experience. Yeah. Thousand. Oh yeah. Yeah. And buddy, I know this is not my jam, right? So I'm going to work and do the best job I can, with the narration, and hope that, the fact it's narrated by the author, has very, affordable price point, and, will then professionally be rendered, right? So you're not going to have background noise, and these other things will put me in a pretty good place. But yeah, I mean, and part of it is the contract, the reverting of rights to me, the audio rights has to work in this way. Like it cannot go to somebody else. It's just a strange way that the contract was originally put together, which was like 2016 or something. But so yeah, that's where it's kind of like, if you want it, this is the way it has to go. And I'm like, okay. So it's a little bit like asking me to kick, like a 40-yard field goal. I'm like, okay, not kind of my thing, but I guess if I practice enough at it, I might be able to be service, not a 40, let's say a 25-yard field goal might be serviceable. Could I be the DJ play nice of hitting the 60-yard field goals? No. So, but hopefully people be like, okay, need to put emotion inflection into the reading of a book, C&T Designs and Arms. So, yeah, and that's Velocity of Information will have a lot of that with the professional actor, bringing to life Larry Lawton, America's Biggest Jewel Thief, Robert Travis, the Alaskan crab boater, and all the stuff going on the boat, and almost falling into the incinerator. So yeah, I've got all those samples, and it's really great. So, and the thing is, like, if I start to put emotion, so there's one chapter in here that's first person, right, where I'm talking about fighting a fire and first on the scene and stuff like that. So with that, I mean, it flows with quite a bit of emotion because it's written in short sentences to move it really fast. But yeah, so I have to balance out like where emotion goes in and not. And again, it's not my thing natively, and I've got to learn this pretty fast. So, but like I've got experience, it's just not in this area. So, DJ Playlist, not sure how you're being harsh. So, yeah, no, I think, yeah, now that I mean, I wasn't reading kind of things in sequence. So no, I mean, DJ Play Nice, like this, your area, you've got this. Like the last thing I ever want anybody to tell me on my professional work is like, oh, this is really good. If it's like, well, here's how it could be better, right? Like point that out. And so yeah, as I come into this, I'm scrambling. Like I'm watching videos on narrators. I have friends who have been narrators or are narrators, and getting tips from them. And so kind of crash course in this thing. How can I do the best I can, knowing that this really isn't my area, but this is the only way this book can get done under the way the contract is. So yeah. So let's see here. So DJ Planus, I got you. Doc can handle actual critique. That's why he immediately cut out the podcast part of his channel. Yeah, and dark. Yep. Yeah, that was gone. It was gone. I just went in and got it off, never brought it back. So no, I mean, right, because I'm not an expert in this area. You've got something to help me out. I want to know that. Or if there's something that's developed or some other perspective on it. I mean, yeah, I very much. So yeah. CNT Designs and Arms to Bacon. I think they should have to go out and enforce the laws in person. That'd be something. I'll keep track of crazy stuff going on. Mictobus saying to Bacon, specifically given the duty of microwaving the bags of roast beef slime. Oh, yeah. Ting Ting. You would learn a bunch of new curse words every few seconds. Oh my goodness, to Bacon. Jim McIntosh. I like Arby's. After 5 years, I would never want Arby's again. Yeah, we have an Arby's in our town. It's good once in a while. Well, at least I think I like Arby's once in a while. You should get Morgan Freeman to narrate. I'm sure he'd do it on the cheap. Yeah. So, and the thing is with School of Airs, the only way the audiobook can be made is if I narrate it. And it has to do with the way the contract was put together with the publishing house in 2016. It can't be like a double derivative. It can't be someone else narrating. And then anyway, the way that it's structured up is that it has to go this way. At the time I did the contract, the publishing house also wasn't releasing audiobooks, and they started doing that after the book came out. So there's this kind of weird time. But anyway, it all kind of came out to be like, here's the deal. You want to do it, it has to be you. We can work with you on this. We can put everything together, but it has to be you. You've got to be the one to narrate it. So I'm like, well, that's better than not having it narrated. So sign me up. DJ, didn't know you had that knowledge base from speech pathology. Yeah. Yep. So I am a CCC, clinical certified SLP, licensed in the state of Wisconsin and state of California. So, and worked in a range of settings, from medical to school, and yeah, kind of do even like until last year, worked with a few like younger kids. Well, I'd say younger, like 3rd, 4th grade, who might have some pretty profound disfluency or stuttering, manifesting as stuttering, right? Part or phoneme or whole word repetition. And they hadn't had success. So I worked directly with some families. It was all here in my studio and stuff like that. And, typically worked out really well. So one student that I worked with, again, this isn't something I kind of do as like a regular, but I said, okay, here's the approach. The kid loved the Las Vegas Raiders, so big fan of the Raiders, right? But extreme and bright kid, fourth grader with a pretty extreme partial. So partial word disfluency would be like repeating the first sound. Whole word would be just like word, 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 repeating the word. So sitting down, and pretty soon I'm like, okay, here's what we're going to do. Prosty, right? We're going to put some music to this, some background stuff. And then I'm like, we're going to narrate. You and I are doing the game. So we are going to, I did a script that I knew he would have success with for fluency. And then he picked out, we picked out some background music that went with it. And then we started to do like the script. And then we started to do some real-time announcing of like little bits. And it was really cool. It was a big success for him. I was very happy for him, happy for his family. And it's pretty non-traditional that we would go in and to do that. So, and pretty soon, like he's wearing like his LA or not LA, his it used to be LA Raiders, right? But his Las Vegas Raiders stuff and but yeah, so I'm aware, like when you're right with the sibilants, and I don't know if this mic isn't set up very well for catching sibilants either. I've got some gates on things, but yeah, I need to make sure that I don't that I stay very crisp in pronunciation and enunciation. So those will be two areas. So again, I mean, it's 9:34 where I'm at. After a pretty long day, so like this wouldn't be anything I wouldn't want to read this and say like, here's how it'll be. But yeah. Jim said, I'm a former Marine. If you can teach me cuss words, I'll be suitably impressed. Oh my goodness, Jim. Ting ting, Jones or James Earl. Wow. Grace Jones. I was just about to ask. I'm sad Carbon went bankrupt in 2017. Great drivers and not overpriced at all. It's Juan from San Francisco. Da-da-da. Juan. Welcome, Juan. Been appreciating your pictures out at the, I would think those are national parks and things like that. So ting ting to Jim, working oncology now. I was at Devil Dolphin and worked medical in Sea Bears. I know how to embarrass a leatherneck or two. So evening, gentlemen. Our good friend Juan. Not Carbon. Stupid. Yep, autocorrect. You're lucky, Doc. Your voice is not drunken nails on the chalkboard like me. So yeah. But like right now, like I could tell my voice is drying out, my vocal cords, and again, I know it's environmental because all I have to do is I heat my house with firewood, and the humidity drops, especially it drops down here the worst. So, but yeah, I need it to be serviceable, and thankfully, like we can do some additional takes and things like that, and but I'm just excited for the opportunity to do this and, to narrate the audiobook of School of Airs. Otherwise, it wouldn't be out there. So James Earl Jones, what's up? It's Bacon. Just stopping in for a bit. Juan, hope everyone is well. Good to see you, Juan. CBs, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, like CBs are generally solid dudes. Navy Corps, still my favorite. Squids. Jim McIntosh, I prefer my yikes bacon. How did speech pathologists work with kids during the mask mandates? So, through teletherapy. So either like through Zoom. So I sold my license in Wisconsin and California, and I would do some individual client stuff, right? Parents would contact. So I have like a business, right? Just went off of the business. And then, yeah, so it's just kind of like now, like it'd be full screen, and it was, I managed to do it fine. I mean, it wasn't full time or anything. It was a few, students that I was working with, but I was working with students who, like, you've got like to do remote on some of the really intense disfluency stuff. I don't know if it's more challenging. Remarkably, it seemed pretty effective. But yeah, kids weren't wearing masks. If you were in person trying to do it, it'd be a nightmare. It'd be horrible because you get so many cues, especially like, P, M, and L. Stick out your tongue, but it'd be like, what? I have a mask on. I have no idea. So, yeah, that actually went really well. And I don't know, I might start doing that a little bit more. As you know, I'm running for political office, April's election. So if I get voted in, that'll probably be the end of some of those things because my calendar wouldn't allow for that. But yeah, I mean, up as recently as last spring, I was doing that. So with a few clients. So yeah, it's good stuff. My linguistics pathology work at a residential group home was the best ever use of my coursework. DJ Play Nice. Awesome. So yeah, I am a fun speech language therapist. So, we will do some crazy fun things. Yeah. Like I said, we will co-announce Vegas Raiders games, or you will do the recap, or like, the post game. I mean, if you want, like, if the kid isn't in, it would be like, no, I don't want to do this. But I'd be like, kids like, oh my God, like this is cool. I'd be like, okay. And then like we threw in, I think I had like a little video clip like that led us into the show, and then we'd listen to it. And that was the thing, is I'd say, okay, like let's rate this. Like let's listen to how many times it's the word whatever get repeated. Okay, like, okay, well here's like 4 times. Okay. So we're not saying good or bad, just like let's be aware of it. Like how many? Okay, then and yeah, just that's the thing, right? I mean, I think kids, or when you're working with anybody, if you do that, you're their default is, oh, I'm trying to listen for the mistakes, and I'm like, no, I just want you to listen. Here's how many words are in this. So like I knew the words, so I could do a little running record on the side and say, like, hey, you had 82% of the time, like you were fluent, I'm like, that is awesome. So like, great. Where like otherwise it'd be like, oh, like there was 18% of the time I wasn't. So no. But yeah, that was a really cool thing. Like I had just, kind of came up with that on the moment. Like the kid really did well and picked up fluency, increased significantly. I forget the specific sounds that we needed to bring in. I don't know. R was one sound, plus it was, just the disfluency, and it clicked in pretty fast. And then they kept working. They wanted to keep, working. And I was like, I had other things kind of coming on in summer, and then with the book and stuff like that, I said, I agreed to do this for so long. And kid's great to work with. He's a really hard worker, and this is good. But yeah, I have to end things like so. at the, I think that was like in May or something. I kind of do all of that stuff, so it ends when the school years end. So I heard they won. Was surprised. Stafford was kind of coming unglued by the half. The commercials are super infected with the woke-itis, unfortunately, per Jim here. So yeah, I watched very little of the Super Bowl. Kind of caught the end. Would have been kind of neat if Burrow's like little underhand shovel pass would have been caught by Mixon, and if they would have had a first down and maybe a chance to get a touchdown. But it just didn't seem exciting to me this year. Like either of the teams, I don't know. I think, well, I shouldn't say. I think the Bengals may be kind of exciting, but not LA. So I just wasn't into it, and it always used to be a big thing, Super Bowl Sunday and start to finish, watching and so excited for the commercials. And now it just, it doesn't have that sense anymore. So I don't really watch that stuff. World Series. I watched the NBA championship because the Bucks won. Hey, Milwaukee Bucks here. So that was fun. So Bacon saying, Doc, are you going to start a Give Go Me to get you one of those humidifiers with the Vicks Vapor? So, so I have to, I'm not going to undertake any massive big changes, because once the book is done, it's done. I'm not going to narrate another book. But I do need to, I don't know. We might have a humidifier around from when the girls were younger, like if they get sick and we'd put it in the room or something. So I'll have to check. And then just really like go crazy hydrating, like keep drinking lots and lots of water, because I know I'm chronically dehydrated. It's our good friend Robert Ribbit Harrison. And drinking zero weight oil is not endorsed, but that would keep your voice like silk. Doc, you can put a pot of hot water on top of the stove to help make the humidity better. We heat the stove with wood for years when I was a teen and young adult. Yeah, you're right on. So there's a few things we could do. And so there was a humidifier that was built onto the furnace, the previous furnace. So we had the furnace replaced, and the furnace is like, it's a backup, right? It barely runs because, the house is heated with wood. But so then we kind of lost that humidity aspect, because the new furnace, we didn't go with the humidity aspect on it. So, but yeah, I think I'll really kind of think of things I can do once we get about a month out and we stop heating with wood and we start opening up the windows. We live close to a marsh, and there's the humidity levels go up, and that's a big boost for my voice. So, this is Ting Ting. As a child, my dad tried to kill me with steaming water and a towel over my head to help me get on. Oh my God, that's horrible. Speaking of listening, how many devices is Bolo up for replaying all your videos? Last I checked, he was at 180. I hope he is, because it goes up now about 100 to 150 hours a week. So we need Bolo to keep going. Yeah, I really got hammered because last year when I was writing Philosophy of Information, I wasn't doing shows from January until August, I think. And part of that was under the publishing agreement, the contract, right? Because the book's written under contract as School of Theirs was Philosophy of Information, written under contract. You've got to be careful because if I did anything that brought controversy to my professional work and could lead to that spilling over to the book, that could be bad. Like my book contract could have been canceled, or there could be other things that the publisher. So there's this phase where you've got to keep kind of a lower key. So that's why I wasn't, and I still I don't talk and do shows about things that are happening in the country north of us right now. And some of the other very up and center things. And when we get to face validity Fridays, I'm not talking about those things because it's just unfortunately too easy for people to center in on that, and especially when you have a professional work and this window when it comes out. So I've steered clear of all that, which is good. But yeah, there are some things that you have to measure when you enter into those contracts. Otherwise, you could end up having to buy your way out of a contract because you're no longer sellable, right? It's like what, it's like, OJ Simpson's Hertz commercials and, things like that. What was it? I'm thinking Tom Selleck in Mr. Baseball, right? Where there was he lost all of his commercial deals in that movie, like because of speeding or something like that, or whatever it was. So, but yeah, so not, it just, if you take even a scholarly position or try to analyze something, it could compromise that. So not that, again, the book itself has very defined, well laid out positions on all of this. So the book, it does all of the work, and I didn't want to do anything, to subvert that. So that's why I just was off the air. Plus, it was just like so much time working on that book. There were some riots and looting after I heard about that. Yeah. So, well lubricated. Pedialyte from Heath. So Heath, I don't know if you're subscribing, but gosh darn it, please do. 15 thumbs up. You guys are wonderful. So this was a show I didn't even know if I did. I was reading a lot last night, getting samples in and listening back to samples. And again, like, as DJ Play Nice said, I mean, like, this isn't my thing, but I've always been, I'm doing the wrong thing. I've always been willing to take on the challenge, right, and kind of rise to the occasion. And when the publisher is saying, "Here's the deal, it can be audiobook, but you've got to narrate it," be like, okay, then it'll be done. I'm going to narrate it, and but I'm going to have to learn and give it the best effort I can. This is from Bacon to John. To the surprise of absolutely no one that's lived there, anytime a local sports team wins a championship, part of the reason my folks didn't even go, even though they're half mile away. So of course, SoFi Stadium, Inglewood, yeah, things get really crazy. Was it when the Lakers won? Like, they burned a squad car, and then Shaq donated a new squad car to the city. So yeah. Jim McIntosh. Oh, I was sick a lot as a kid. Went from ear infection, then strep throat, then tonsils removed at 16. Those problems went away, but it was likely due to school overcrowding. Sorry to hear that, buddy. When I was a kid, I had strep throat like all the time. I also had my tonsils taken out. I was maybe 12, 13, had them taken out. I guess that helped. I haven't had strep. I haven't actually been sick for a long time. So, but yeah, I had a lot of that junk going on when I was in school. Like, just, it seemed like frequently sick, strep throat, or pneumonia or stuff like that. I mean, all the way into college. And then, I don't know, like, once I got out of college, like, it was really rare. And like, so, but as your point is, yeah, I think when you get all, schools are built for density, and the air circulation, especially in these older buildings, and there wasn't much emphasis on hand washing and stuff like that. And I'm like, just bad. So actually, yeah, I don't know. When I would say, like, ever since college, it's been very rare for me to get sick. So this is Bacon to Ting Ting. That's been a thing in LA. Hey, Lakers trilogy. So Bacon, you could have been on the Lakers. Safety Doc, don't get canceled, mate. No, I don't think I appreciate that. I haven't done any shows, right? I haven't anything that would bring me into that arena. But I think that if you, start to, um, there are ways that could happen, right? Certain things that you could be talking about. And I want to say that too, is like it's not a step back position of saying I don't have positions on things like this. Just saying like when the book itself has a lot of extreme positionality. It's very 471 endnotes. It's just like the book is the piece, just as in School of Airs. Then I can work from the book as the leverage point, right? And the citations and going back to the scholarship versus like kind of talking about it as I'm building it. Then it doesn't have the same power. So, but yeah. The interesting thing, I did the interview with Jonathan Berger. We talked about how the truckers haven't got a fair shake, and that was not Canadian truckers. That was talking about basically U.S. truckers in spring of 2020 when waysides were shut down and truckers couldn't find bathrooms or restaurants and had to stay in their trucks, their cabs, while their trailers were unloaded. That whole process of lumping, a lumper. So if you unload it, you might make $300, but if somebody unloads it, they get the $300. So truckers aren't getting that. So we talked about this whole thing of like, and you couldn't stay on the side of roads. Well, so the places would fill up, and then pretty soon places weren't letting you park in parking. Like Walmart was saying, don't park here and stuff like that. But that show got to 225 views, and it never got above that. So, like, no legacy views. There's nothing new. I mean, it is weird. I haven't had a show because there were a lot of people watching that show. You guys, and the blog post has been out there. So I definitely think that one has been throttled. I could go into DuckDuckGo and search and probably confirm that, but I think that show was shut down. And the thing was like, I just probably the wrong hashtags and things, but that wasn't necessarily like this whole political show. This was just saying, if you're going to, keep an economy running and you're largely doing it with over the road drivers, what do you do to keep that going? Like, do you put National Guard at waysides for food and maybe some, basic medical, washing clothes? I mean, what does this maybe look like? So, I mean, it was really an intellectual discussion, and it wasn't about, politics and government and protests and things like that. But because I think everything just got wiped out right now because of what's been happening. This is zippy too, Jim. Strep is normal bacteria on you. Once it gets in your sinuses, etc., it can keep reinfecting your tonsils. Ooh, one good bacterial infection can really mess you. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I had a friend who was kind of dealing with that. Jim McIntosh, another low-tech trick for humidity in winter is bowls of water by the forced air vents. Just don't kick them. Yeah. Yeah, and we have 3 cats. They probably appreciate that. So I'm going to take the advice of the humidifier. I'm pretty sure I can get my hands on one if we don't have one, or even like down here and to have it close by. So this is chronic though. Like this is just this house. I love the house. I've been here 20 years, but every winter, it just is brutal for humidity. I think one year it got so cold, like it was minus 30, minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. And then I was burning so much firewood. The humidity, the moldings in the house, the wood moldings started to separate because they're drying out. The house is built in 79. So you could see this happening all over the house. And then when the humidity came back up to like, I don't know, if it dropped to like 30% or something like that, ridiculously low. When it got up to like a normal level, everything just like took its form again. I mean, nothing. We had one board that split and had to fix that, but everything else just like returned, and it never kind of has gone back to that. But it was this weird phenomena in the house. Yeah, we had probably 1 to 2 weeks of minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit constant, which dropped the humidity outside, right? Because nothing is, no snow, no nothing at that point. And then with it was weird. It was just, and the static electricity was unbelievable. It was like St. Elmo's fire. Like everything you touch, you damn near getting electrocuted. It was crazy. Um, yeah, it was insane. Um, this is Zippy. A lot of people in enclosed spaces can ramp up infections. Yeah, part of a benefit for me is, like I don't work in an office anymore, so I don't need to interact with a lot of people, especially like ill people, which I'm sure just is a benefit to my health. College kids rioted in East Lansing once, also following a big game. So you can check with Social Blade, Doc. Social Blade. Okay. I don't know what that is. So Jim McIntosh, I hold in-house water balloon fights to keep the humidity up. Kind of like Johnny Knoxville in The Ringer. So I saw the new, I haven't seen the movie yet. I want to see it, but seeing Johnny Knoxville with the white hair now, I'm like, holy smokes, man. You've aged quickly, but I think Knoxville and I are the same age, actually. So my hair is still dark. And then it's one thing, my hair grows like super fast. Like when you see this and stuff like that, like it's just crazy. Like my hairstylist, she's like, you have the fastest growing hair. Like if any of the guys, like it's been my hairstylist for like 15 years, she's like, your hair just grows like super fast. Doctor said that's a good sign. So it's really good. So less electro juice than the heater element type also. Gotcha. Hey, it's Bob. Hey, Bob. Bacon, I thought it was Jello wrestling. Oh my God. Wow. So, all right. Let me get back to another. I don't want to go too long on this tonight, but let me go back to one more chapter and then give me your thoughts. So I'm going to preface this. This document isn't ready for narrating. I haven't really practiced narrating. It's the end of my day and my voice is dry. But let me know what you think. If you're like, hey, like that kind of energy, like more of the energy, like more of what I'm trying to do, of like, yeah, if this was the morning, you're rested, you're hydrated, you're crisp. This is a professional mic in a studio like that. What you did there, Doc, like go and do that. Like I would listen to that. So just like. So interesting thing at the doctor today too. So had a sorry about that, hey Bob. Okay. Social Blade is a website to see it. Whoa, I didn't know that. So let me have to check it out. I know there are a few things, like I've started to use Yoast or whatever. I think it's Yoast on my WordPress. That seems to be helping quite a bit for social or SEO. And then there's something for YouTube that Joe at Old Humble is using to increase his views. And so I'm going to be focusing more in on that. But for example, when the velocity of information releases, I mean, that's a whole marketing campaign with a publisher. Like if you typed it in right now, you're going to find it on 100 bookstores all over the world, and a lot of stuff. It's already saturating in quite a bit, but there'll be an AP press release. There'll be a lot of big media stuff, for like a couple weeks with that. So like that will hit really hard and saturate deep. But yeah, that's cool. I got to check that out. And another thing is, I didn't know this. So I'm working through my, I'm working through with the audio engineer and Findaway Voices. And they're like, so like for your meta stuff, what are you going to use for this? And, like the graphic artist is making the cover art for it, because I can't use the same art for the book. It has to be slightly different. It's because the image for School of Errors was only bought for the book. Anyway, but um, I was like, what? And then so I was like, okay, this and this, I'll put this in. But I didn't realize I need to buy software because I can't do it on my program, my current Windows program. It won't let me do an image. So like if you listen to the show from Podbean, or the metadata, or you download it on a thumb drive, right, and you put it in your car, which I've done, it just does the little music sign, right, the little note. It doesn't have the image of the safety dock as you see up in the right hand corner, and it doesn't have the show data. It has kind of the file name, which isn't as easy to search and stuff like that. So like I didn't realize like my metadata for my shows is pretty bad. My YouTube stuff is probably pretty good or better, but all my audio stuff that's out there, 169 episodes, I need to spend some time, going back and redoing the meta tags. So I'm going to purchase a program that one of the narrators had said, yeah, it's not very expensive, but said, here, this will fix it. Problem with college kids is their parents did not. Oh my goodness. Whoa. But I think there is something with having expectations though, right? Like need expectations for people. This is C&T Designs to Bake In. Have you been watching my OnlyFans again? The Jello Wrestling. Oh my goodness. You guys. Chad Elkins, our CPA friend, had said, I was talking to him last year. Actually, I was having supper with Chad and Aaron Clary, and Chad was saying the amount of money some people make off of those business ventures, right? Is just mind blowing. And you also run into, I was reading stories of how universities are having to counter this, right? There was a university somewhere where people like Visa, MasterCard bought like tables and stuff like that and whatever. So on the first few days of school, like, I don't know, orientation, I guess, week, they kind of sell things and try to get people in or whatever, or, businesses if they want students to work there. And one of these sites had bought a table, and then they were basically saying, here's the money you could make on the side or like full-time. And so it was authentic, but it's kind of a weird thing of like, how do you, as universities, you got to figure your recruiting out, because if someone is saying, hey, like there's a potential I could be making $100,000-$300,000 a year at age 18 versus going in and getting this debt. I mean, it is this weird dilemma that they're having to deal with, but I don't know. Maybe I could find somebody to talk about that. I do know a few college counselors. I don't know if they would address it publicly or not, how they're supposed to address that. I mean, it's just crazy. So WordPress add-ons were recently hacked. Oh Lord, that's disheartening, Jim. So yeah, my WordPress site, which is through GoDaddy, it hosted, got hacked back in August. So when you'd search for the site, you'd have typed the site in, it would be okay. But if you did a search, it would bring up all that pharma spam. That was right before I was teaching 2 college courses. So then GoDaddy went in and cleaned it up, but it took quite a while. And so now I put additional security on, but C&T, Bob, I'm being serious here. That donkey. Oh my goodness, you guys. Wow. Bacon. Jim can't wait until I can port off my site off of WordPress. So yeah, use Clip Grabber. These are all great things, which I have no idea what you're helping me with here. So, I mean, that's where maybe put it in a post down below, a comment, and say, hey, here's this. I'm learning. I've learned so much, but still really new. because when I graduated college, I mean, we didn't have email addresses at the university. I mean, like, so it was old school, buddy. Easier to download from YouTube and fix the metadata. So, I think yeah, I've got to look more into that. So my stuff on Podbean. So my shows, this one won't be on there, but the regular 169 CBD Docs, like next week's with Josh the locksmith, that when I put it onto Podbean, I don't have the metadata is all goofy because so that's where I need to go in and fix those. And then I guess I can go back and look at how things are set up into YouTube. But some of this will just have to be like, I'll fix it going forward. But I think I can retro fix some of the stuff that's already out there into Podbean. I don't know. But at least like from all of a certain point where like going forward, like everything will be fully populated out with metadata. You guys and that donkey. Yeah. So you can make metadata tags with Jet Audio. I think I used to use that to burn discs, but it should work with USB driver. So good stuff. Yeah. So Jim, like, put that down below, please, as a comment or something, so I can go back to that. But yeah, it's just, I mean, it's one of those things nobody ever taught me. Not, sad for Doc. No, it's just that it wasn't, you didn't learn about this stuff when I was in high school or college. It wasn't around. So, yeah, when I kind of got into this, when I did the first Safety Doc podcast, it literally was my camcorder on a tripod, and the camcorder was recording. I was, interviewing some people. So I'd set it up and we would sit. And so you only had the audio. There wasn't, lapel mics. And so the first like 10 shows aren't that great, although, they're out there. But then I got, more and started to learn. I learned, okay, this microphone, like Aaron has this one, so he's still using his Blue Yeti. It works pretty well for what I need it to do. I use Phonics to level my audio, and then some other little tricky things. Camtasia is where I cut together some of my video stuff if I need to actually release like a premiere show. So yeah, I kind of mix in. I've got a site where I download my audio, membership things. So pretty cool. This is Zippy. While I cook, working on Raid Alert for Twitch, Indiana Jones theme song, the horns bit with an animated GIF of Captain Jack Sparrow running away from the natives. Oh my goodness. Holy smokes, that's a lot of stuff going on. I just watch it, CNT. I love Clint Westerns. You bet. What's up, Doc? Hey, it's Alex Patino. Alex, sorry. Hey, Alex. Well, I wasn't sure if I was going to do a show or not tonight, but welcome and glad you're here, Alex. CNT. Oh, my. Toe Meals for Sister Sarah is a great movie. So that was my father's favorite movie, Two Meals for Sister Sarah. Whoa, cool. Clip Grabber is good for pulling YouTube clips on the go in many formats. Nice. So sometimes I don't do it much anymore, just because, well, if I have a long drive, so in fall when I teach at the university, I'm gone. It's the university is an hour and a half for me, so I teach all day, like on Saturday in the fall, and then I download either a podcast or I'll find like a documentary, like the Hoover Dam or something like that, and then I can go in and I'll download from YouTube, but I'll just use some converter online. I think like Clip Grab or something like that, and I'll pull it down to MP3 so I can listen to it. And there are quite a few audiobooks that are on YouTube that the authors put on, like John Ronson, The Men Who Stare at Goats. So then I just rip it down and it's functional. It's not great quality, but as far as like the audio quality was pretty good for listening on the way over. Movie Burger Flurgle auto erect strikes again. Whoa. I'm not sure what that one is. Doc, I think it'll all work out. So good. I hope so. Um, yeah. So the audiobook, me narrating School of Bears, that will work out. I mean, it will be hopefully as good as it can be. It's not my professional thing, but I'm excited to have that opportunity. And yeah, so that's going to be cool. So anyway, I had a routine doctor's appointment today, and I looked at the scale, and I'm like, I think that's less than what I expected, but actually quite a bit. And then, so doc, going through some stuff, I'm like, yeah, things are good. And then she said, you've lost weight, like 2 pounds. And she said, so good. Because I said, it's winter in Wisconsin. Like, I'm not out biking, not doing the other stuff. But, I'm not eating Doritos and drinking Mountain Dew at night either. So, I mean, being pretty responsible with, what I eat. And, but she's like, this is good. Yeah. Because usually like winter for you is, your weight goes up in winter, down in spring. And, you've done this is good stuff. So I can always control my like blood pressure instantly, just like that, by doing the visualization of like, okay, I've got like this area where I was hiking up in northern Wisconsin when I was going to school up there. And then I'm like, okay, so they'll do like the blood pressure cuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm on this trail and I can hear like the water coming by near the falls. And then it's the leaves. Yeah. And it's a nice little breeze. And so I'm thinking of this. And of course, like my blood pressure is like, whoa. They're like, it's really cool. I'm like, yeah, because I'm visualizing all this, but like I do get worked up on things. But I've learned how to get a good blood pressure reading, and normally it's pretty good, but so I don't understand it much. I wish I did. Computers came to the public when I was in 8th grade, and this is Bob. I believe I should say computer classes. I know computers were out, but not taught. So yeah, when I had our friend Bravo, no, what? Which? Anyway, I don't have it available. But computers. I mean, when I was in middle school, we got the first computers, and you had the cassette tape thing, and then it'd be like a little game of mouse getting a cheese or something. But so yeah, a lot of this stuff I never had formal computer classes. We had some really basic Apple Macintosh stuff when I was in high school, and then back then you couldn't print things off because it was expensive to print things. So yeah, I shouldn't say it though. I did have a Commodore 64, a home computer that I got pretty good at, and I actually learned how to program the 64. So all kind of lost skills, but then now it's just the stuff that I have. So I feel it's kind of in this weird middle age thing, right? It's just like you understand the technology, but it's not native. It's kind of like the new vehicle we have, like that's so crazy, all the tech that's on adaptive cruise and all this stuff. What the hell? But yeah, I don't. So that's why, yeah, I don't. I mean, like reading the book though is like just me reading the book. So I just have to get better at that in my reading style. Like I don't have to edit. I don't have to engineer the book and put the files together, right? I don't. But yeah, the SEO stuff, I'm behind the curve. I'm better. I'm behind the curve though. So that's where I'm starting to learn Yoast, and I'm posting on Instagram a little bit, and I'm doing more on LinkedIn. I'm going to start writing articles on LinkedIn, short articles, like 500 words, because I've been reading that LinkedIn starts to throw a lot of views your way if you're writing content for them. So that would be a breeze. And my LinkedIn stuff is starting to pick up a little bit too, which is good. So I think there's a professional version of that. I don't know how much it is. Like I would never pay much for any of that stuff, but you're probably saying, oh, but yeah, it would do a lot for your SEO. Maybe it would, but I'm just not. I'm like, so I'm running for city government, and I have no signs. Like I'm not put. I meet people, we talk and other things and stuff, but I mean, there's signs up all over the town. None of them have my name on them. I mean, it's kind of like it's just not my thing. I attend the forums, the candidate forums and things like that, but no, the other stuff, no. So I don't know where that was going, but um, I like exact audio copying for archiving disk. I had it all working perfect. They came out with an update and I couldn't replicate my settings. Jim McIntosh. Yeah. So no kidding. And right, I heard that Gmail is getting a new user interface that's rolling out in the next 24 to 48 hours for everybody. So we'll see how that goes. Bacon to CNT. But can they enjoy waffles with fried chicken? Asking for a friend. And oh my goodness, you guys. Ting Ting. Oh my, you guys. Wow. I gotta watch this chat over here. My donations alert is Jim Carrey's mask throwing money around set to Hallelujah strings in the holy smokes. Now that's a movie I haven't seen in a long time. Jim Carrey the Mask. Oh my goodness. I don't remember the type just class. So yeah. So so the whole social media thing, like, so when we have family get-togethers, right, and the younger family, the 30-year-olds or under. Whoa. They're always like, do this, or like do a YouTube short, or do this, or it's kind of like DLD, after dark. So like he's got that stuff down, but it's kind of his generation, right? Like he totally is moving with that. So I'm like, yeah. So I would say I'm getting there. I'm pretty hip, right, with a lot of this, and actually maintaining this podcast. So this isn't a formal show, but I have 169 shows that have audio, fully leveled audio, video, and a blog post that is between 700 and 1,000 words. And those are all out there. And some people have found, and they'll comment and say it's been helpful, or, some things in there. So I've stuck with it. There's been this body of professional scholarly work. And actually, the university I work with acknowledges that. Like I think they appreciate that I put that out there. Because, right, if people are doing an internet search, or, like who I've got, like Dr. Proden for my faculty, my instructor, right? I'll type his name and see what comes up. That, a lot of this scholarly stuff comes up, right? So that's good. Let's see here. So, I remember Alta Vista browser. I remember that. That was my go-to when I first started on the internet back in the late 90s. Alta Vista was the thing, man. Bob, like a bear, wait up and fall, then down comes spring. Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, so yeah, I was down, like, usually in winter I will go up 10 or 12 pounds, and I was down 2 from fall. So at this rate, I would guess, because summer I'll start biking, like I will get down pretty good shape. But I've also I haven't been eating the chips and kind of the other stuff. It's really, as I was sharing with my doctor today, I said, we live in the second oldest city in Wisconsin. So there are not a lot of sidewalks here. So it's just really weird road setups because, it's got laid out in strange ways years ago. So when you walk and it's 10 degrees out, it's not the temperature that's a problem. It's ice, right? And sidewalks or roads ice over, or even if you take a path, it can ice over. So if I hike out of town, it's so I have some studded what's uh that go onto my boots. Sometimes I'll bring those out. Usually I don't, because like there's enough paved area where I don't want to have to take those on and off, because otherwise you wear those down. But then, so you learn, right? The thing is, like I told my doc, I said, obviously, I know I have endurance. Like I can be out for 6 or 7 miles. I have my balance. Like I fell once this winter, but it was on an icy sidewalk that was slanted, and I started to lose traction going to my left. And so it wasn't that big of a thing, because then I was like, okay, then I'll just roll into the fall. So it wasn't anything like whoop, fall or hit your head or anything like that. And but I said, being out is, conditions you for, you have to maintain your balance all the time, and you have to be very aware this time of year when you're out walking, because yeah, you could seriously hurt yourself. So I said, actually, that's always a good thing in winter, is your body has to adjust to all of these different things when you're out where I'm at. And I said, if I was falling frequently or things like that, it would be a trigger to me of like, oh, there's something not right here with my equilibrium or something like that. But I said, no, I handle it really well. And then the endurance, and like I said, it's the cold isn't the thing. It's just that when you're walking on these, roads and paths that tend to freeze over, you can just don't have, I don't know. It sucks. Poor Doc needs to do visualization when going through the chat. Yes. So it's funny. You haven't lived until you died on the Oregon Trail. Yep, used to play that. We had that in school. That was one of the first games to come in, and I think I had that too on the Conver 64. So love the Oregon Trail. The safety doc, I believe you're thinking of SAS. Yeah, I am thinking of SAS One Too Many. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm catching up a little bit here, but yeah, when SAS One Too Many was on the show, and after he had his traumatic brain injury with his motorcycle accident at age, I believe, 20, went back to school for vocational training, and that time it was in the 80s. So there's a picture on the blog post at Safety PhD of that show. If you type in SAS One Too Many, just go back, on Safety PhD in the blog of a couple months, and he sent pictures where you see these big honking computers, right? That's the way that they were learning. So, and now, like, he's still in computers. So how things have evolved from that very start. Speaking of, haven't heard from the guy. Actually, I heard from him a week ago. So. And things were okay. I believe he is in the process of going from a cold weather state to a warm weather state right now. Cassette tapes for computers were terrible. Yep. Yeah, they would take forever to load up. Wow. Inglewood here from Bacon. Commodore 64 Defender. And I regret that I got rid of my Commodore, because there was never anything wrong with it, but I don't know how much today, like with floppy disks, the 5 1/4, like if those would have maintained, or, if those would have worn out or whatever. But yeah, I mean, looking back, there's some of that technology I kind of wish I would have kept. But it was, but pairing a printer up with it was really a beast, because back then it was expensive, right? They used to have the cart, not the kind of the what is it? The cloth, as typewriters used to have. The ribbon printers and stuff used to be expensive. Not like, I guess inkjets are expensive, but they're more efficient. So let's, this is Ting Ting to Bob. Commodore 64 and the magical thing that pushed out paper. You had to tear this. Yep, exactly. I had that. Yeah, I used to had all that paper, and I had an Apple IIe in college. So which didn't have a modem, it couldn't connect to the internet, and it had a double drive, and then the monitor sat on top of the drive, and then the printer, and that thing was loud. That dot matrix printer with the and it would always get out of sync, and you have to tangle up and stuff like that, the paper. But that thing was loud. Yeah, so it's just crazy to think about. I wonder what it would be like. I often kind of ponder, like, to go back, in one day to, when I was in college in the 1990s, early 90s, like knowing what I know now, right? Just going back and observing and just recognizing how different things are between the two times. But Bob, I just saw my computer class teacher. First time in years, I told him I wish I'd learned more than how to make my name circle around the screen. His reply was, honestly, what we had back then stinks. That's funny. I don't know if I ever made my name. I did have a class, a Commodore 64 class, where I had a program where there was a final exam, and you had a menu, and you could type in you could pick from any Major League Baseball team, and if you clicked on it, it would bring up their record, home and away wins and losses. And there might have been more to it, but so yeah. Jim McIntosh had that with Atari. It became unsynchronized. You had to start all over again. Oh my God. Yeah. I had a printer that was like this thermal, it would heat up this ink, and it was just this goofy setup. It was almost like wax. And the cartridges were super expensive. This was maybe 1988, and so you never would print a banner or anything with this. You only print it when you absolutely had to. But yeah, I've had my in back me over here, my 8600 Hewlett Packard. I bought that in 2012 at Best Buy. And the thing is it's perfect. It's never failed me. So it's, it's a scanner, top feed for when I grade papers. I just got done grading university papers a few nights ago, showed them in the top, scans them through as a PDF, wireless, sends it over here to the computer. That thing has just been great. So, 10 years. And it's really holding up well. I clean it from time to time, kind of get in there and clean off the rollers and stuff like that, just for regular. But I mean, it's pretty rocking. Oh God, yeah, that noise. Oh my God, it goes right back. This is DJ Plinice. So I gotta be safe, have fun, use your resources wisely, and rock. So, Safety Doc. This is from a CNT Designs and Arms. Poor man has to put up with all those degenerates. And you guys, no, you guys are great. So, I do appreciate that you come in, and we can have these shows. And again, tonight is not a formal. Next week, hey, we've got a guest. We've got Josh the locksmith. So professional locksmith. He wants to be on the show. We put together topics. He's ready for your questions. So it's cool. That is going to be cool. In 2 weeks, Lee Jarvis back on the show. So, we've got 2 great weeks coming up of guests on the show. So yeah, it's, doing the podcasts. I remember, I don't know. I just wanted to start and try it because that was kind of a new thing. I don't know, back in 2016 when I did the first show. And I'm glad it still exists today. And actually it served me well when I did expert legal witness work, because like attorney would say, well, Dr. Broden has a podcast of scholarly stuff, and he researches this, he interviews people, he does this due diligence stuff. I mean, and the thing is, a jury, right? A jury today, maybe people in their 30s, they understand podcasts. That's impressive to them. Who would have thought, on the TV, right? So you're watching the History Channel, and then there'll be somebody's name, and underneath it'll be host of the Engineering Today podcast. And you're like, whoa, like that's your credential? Or I'm a folklorist. That one I'm a little skeptical about. But so, yeah, I kind of got mainstream with that. It really built my credential set fast in the work I was doing there and also the university work. And one of the tricks I learned in expert legal work, witness work, was if I wasn't sure on something, I would just do a show on it, like, or I would interview somebody about whatever. So there are some shows that I did. I'd have to go back and pick them out where I was like, I don't know enough about whatever, positive recency or fire code door laws or whatever. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at shows where I specifically, and it was, you never knew that when you're watching the show that I interviewed. Like, I think when I interviewed the person who had the search dog, Sierra, part of that was, what is your protocol for interfacing with a school if they have a lost student? And I knew that from my perspective, but like I didn't have this perspective of, well, what if you're the person that gets the call and has the dog and comes in and stuff? So part of that was building that credential up. So I did the interview, wrote up the blog post, and it was published. And then, so like an attorney would say, well, Dr. Prodin is, the drone one. That was it. So Preston Rice, I had 2 shows back to back. We were out. He was showing me how to do rescues. He's a commercial drone operator. So, I'm getting to see all of this. So then, right, if I'm being asked about what might be protocols for schools to interface with rescuers if someone's lost or something, do you think this was done adequately as a reasonable person or whatever? And I can say, hey, like, I'm familiar with this. Not that I have expert, but I'm familiar. Like, I understand, I've held these drones, I've watched their capability. We put something a mile away, he was able to visually find it. So yeah, I understand if this resource came in, what it would bring to the situation. So the question is, how do you choose to interface with it or not? But as far as like me understanding what it's capable of, I understand that. Boom, like that's a home run. You're able to do that. So and then when the pandemic started, I knew I was going to write the velocity of information. I had kind of been roughing that out, and I was like, here's the time I'm going to write it during the pandemic about the pandemic. And then I'm like, who can I interview? And that's when Larry Lawton, Robert Travis. So I started to pull in those interviews. Clay Martin, who, they're all great interviews, but I mean, they were brought in, and I'm like, you're not only a guest on the show, but you will be a chapter in the book. I mean, we'll have to talk about that later, right? And flesh that out, put that together. But yeah, so all of that worked really well. But that would be something, if anyone ever does expert witness work, is if you have a podcast and kind of a blog, like, and you interview people and you do like the scholarly stuff, it is huge. Of course, writing books, I don't do that anymore. It's way too time consuming, and it goes on literally for years. But yeah, it's really something. Like, in both of my bibliographies in my book, or my biographies, it says, is the host of the Safety Doc podcast. And like people bring that up more. I mean, now, because 169 episodes, and now pretty soon 170, 171. I think when you get above 150 shows where they're scholarly and you've had a blog post to go with them, and that really means a lot in the professional community. Like, for the university work I do as evidence of scholarship, media, stuff like this, they're like, oh, it's one thing if you've done a podcast, oh, you did 14 episodes of, whatever. Okay. But you did 170 episodes over 6 years, and you had on 60 guests. So you know how to interview, right? And you wrote, so you've written blog posts for each of those. So each blog post was 700 words times, so you've written, 90,000 words of blog post since you've started this. So by comparison, School of Errors is 55,000 words. So, I mean, you could look at, so those are some pretty amazing things when you really start to look at them in context. Because, I don't know. At least I think they are. Maybe maybe they're not, but they are when you do expert witness work. Like that was incredibly evident. Of you've got a scholarly blog in this area, and you've done stuff. It's like you don't realize. Oh God, yeah, juries. You're going to have a lot of people who are young. They resonate with this. That my parents still pay for AOL. God, I remember when those discs used to be mailed to your house like all the time at the free AOL disc. So just nonstop. So that is funny. That is so funny. So let's see if there's anything else here in the chat or anything else I can read. And yes, our good friend Swamp Dog Armory. Y'all be good and happy Valentine's Day, y'all. Hey, thanks, buddy. Swamp Doggy is or Swamp Dog, respectful, is a terrific friend of the show. Set us up with our intermission video, which we will not be needing to use tonight, but we'll use that during our next two shows, so I can give both of those guests a break, plus me. But so Swamp Dog Armory is someone who is young and like knows all the technology, right? And is just so it's like, whoa, I can do this intermission thing for you. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. So Doc, I just watched a lecture lecturing toothbrush picking locks from Bob. I just watched a lecture about toothbrush picking locks. So I felt it's the agorizer. So, hey, buddy. What exactly is the toothbrush picking lock? So I think I shared. Oh my God, we just got censored. So I don't know if it just came up on the screen. So what did I don't know what I said. That happened once before on here. That's interesting, because this is nothing that's hidden on live wires. So yeah, I learned some rudimentary lock picking when I was younger. Had to use it like out on the farm, and but I mean, wow. I think the electronic stuff is going to be pretty interesting, and to have that discussion next week with Josh the locksmith of, okay, as we transition into electronic locks, what if the battery goes out, or the other stuff, or can it get hacked, or because and people remotely locking their house are saying, oh, like my remote thing now has locked me out, and they call you a locksmith, and you're like, whoa, this thing is now remotely holding the solenoid in place, right? So like, what is your approach then to that? I don't know. So I said it's going to be really cool. And so another part of that show is I have some questions of like in schools, because this was something I got asked on expert witness. Question was a school that had installed locks that required you to enter a code in case of an emergency to get out, and then you had to wait so long, like 3 seconds, and pull the handle down or something like that. And that doesn't match code, but there are some states that allow you to get around codes by passing bills, stuff like that. But that would be a question, that will be a question I'm going to have. It's like, how does building code affect locks, right? And do you see people try to get around that? And what are some of the problems you've seen? or people put a lock on their house, or they put a lock on, their kid's door or something like that, and something that's non-standard, and they can't, get into an area. I mean, so what do you see out there? Or have you been brought into any commercial places where they've, kind of messed with multi-step lock systems, and then they're like, whoa, this has failed and we can't we can't undo it. Hey, it's John Crump Live. Dun, dun, dun. It's John Crump Live. Been getting a lot of views lately, so, and a lot of great content, as always, John. I remember when after CRS, who lives 20 miles from me, and actually was absolutely awesome in helping me advance and learn more about YouTube thumbnails and things like all of that. But the article that John had done, and some of that coming out, and John was, I think you're referred to as like a journalist in, I don't know, whatever, if it was Virginia or something like that. And I remember when I read that on Yahoo News, I was kind of like, well, they don't know. John is awesome. He's the real deal. They just don't know how to they don't know how to describe him, because they can't affiliate him with a big network, right? That's part of this big strength of John Crump Live. So it's actually was this huge compliment that they knowingly, or they were unknowingly giving to him. It's like, crediting, this credible journalistic person, this work, but yet they're like, but he's kind of unaffiliated. It's like Axel Foley in Beverly Hills Cop. He's multi-jurisdictional. We don't know who the hell he works for, but he's really good. So, but yeah, I appreciate it. So pull the meter, then defeat the mechanic portion. So this reminds me of the movie War Games. Remember in '83 when he used the little keypad, and then he had a recorder to Matthew Broderick to get out of the room. So, and there'll be some things like, so put some questions in, and I'll be asking him too, like, is some of this stuff realistic, or but that's going to be cool. And I think one of the things we talked about, which I forgot, or I wasn't thinking about, but it's like, what would you do, right, if you got locked out of your house or car, or you got locked into some place, right? Like you go to the car wash and you can't get out, or something like that. The thing malfunctions. Like, what do you do? What's the next thing you should do? And I didn't have an answer for that. Like, so that's where Josh will come in and say, do you take a picture of the lock? How do you describe it? Or like, is there another way? I mean, like, so he has all of that down, because like, right, how many people, so then he can also bring the right equipment, or who else, and kind of like, it's just good. It's going to be a really thoughtful show. So I'm looking forward to having him on. So this is a CNT to John Crump Live. I'll send it later, brother. It was a picture of the free CRS plasma cut I did today, asking whoa, okay. I talked to the writer, and that is exactly what the writer said. Oh, John. Okay. So yeah, again, John is awesome. It's just, it's hard to affiliate him. So he's the Axel Foley, is I guess how I would put it. Right. Multi-jurisdictional, task force, which to me would be, a big strength of John Crump Live. So you can't marginalize him into, one of these other areas. So it was very evident in reading that, of like, okay, they recognize this is John Crump, he's a professional journalist, investigative journalist, but how do they put this, because you kind of sense that they want to lean it into an area, but they can't, because that's not who John Crump is. So, but it was a compliment. So yeah, and So this is Bacon to Mictibus. My dad just messaged me to say he caught the last show. He said he'll catch us. Oh, and hell, oh my goodness. That sounds bad. One of your shows, Bacon. Oh my goodness. So about 10 shows left to post. So shoot the windshield. Yeah. It'll make the electric company mad, but it could be life and death type thing. Holy smokes. Wow, Jim. I've gotten locked out. I broke the doorknob with a sledgehammer. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, these are going to be great questions. And then just have, of course, Josh has things that he wants to go through. But yeah, I mean, like, I want to know. I want to know too of like what is the risk of having this push toward all these remote locks, right? So can it get hacked? Can someone can someone hack it and get in your house? I mean, how about the people who are just building new houses and it's all electronic locks? And they're like, oh, I'm on my app on my phone and I'm off somewhere and I just locked everything. And then suddenly it's like, whoa, I just got to notice everything unlocked. And you come home and suddenly everything's gone. So Bacon is saying CRS's Give Send Go is missing. This is well, I think it on the monitor screen it shows up on this thing. It doesn't, but yeah, our that is for Matthew Hoover, so who lives about 20 miles from me. So if you check out John Crump Live, you'll be able to understand more of where the things that Matthew is working through right now. Anyway, I guess I'll obviously leave it like that because Matthew has been off of chosen to be off of social media as these matters proceed. So, but I know he appreciates people's support. So yeah, it's sad. I mean, because I drive by where his store is on a semi-regular basis because it's close to me, and when I go in that direction, so and I think about the last few weeks here. So, but yeah, that all of that the different fundraising stuff is just so vulnerable to these outside sources, right? Of coming in and locking them up or throwing wrenches. I don't know what it is, but it's yeah. It's really strange to think of where things are at a international level today. I mean, as I was sharing with my wife, and this is not exactly a joke either. I said, that Velocity of Information releases on April 11th, and there's almost this race against time of, will the book get out before everything collapses? And, the book releases when it does, but I mean, will it get out before, there are substantial government and economic implosions, or additional restrictions or limited internet access. I mean, which I wrote about in the book, ironically, throttle access and different, censoring and things. But I'm kind of like, it's a race to April 11th. Will it get there? When School of Airs released in August of 2019, no one was thinking about a pandemic in August of 2019. So the book, starts out strong 5 months and then suddenly a pandemic. Well, a school safety book, when kids suddenly are told to be home, isn't going to be getting a lot of traction. And then, it stayed, pretty constant. Then it picked up again, and now is off to a good start of 2022 as schools get back in session. But I'm like, I don't know what this book is launching into. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, it is. So our friend John Crump Lives. Oh my God. Saying sites being attacked. I think, what is it? The Go Send Give, or GSG being attacked. See, that's the thing, right? How much of this is going to continue to happen? And I wrote about, the Colonial Pipeline hack as a chaos event, as an intermediate chaos event. It wasn't necessarily about the hack, but in the book, it was focused on different phases of chaos, like short-term, intermediate, long-term, comorbid. And we kind of forget that a year ago, 40% of the pipelines were in this distribution nodes in America were affected. And it took, 3 to 4 weeks after that was resolved, 8 to 10 days later, that the places were replenished, especially the rural places were replenished with fuel. And there's still some question out there of like how secure are those systems, right? Or the Colonial Pipeline, or is there a dormant aspect of that, that ransomware, which is still there and could be reactivated? So, I just think this stuff is going to be. I mean, when I was going through School of Errors, which I wrote, released in 2019, so I wrote it starting in 2016. I wrote a section there of say, we're so used to systems failing us, and I wrote about like Yahoo, email breach, credit cards, all the stuff. Like we get notices all the time. Hey, like your information was compromised. Watch your stuff. And back 10, 15 years ago, that would be like, oh my God, it would have made the news, and you would have been all like concerned. And now it's just like, okay, I guess. I mean, what am I going to do about it? I mean, thanks for making me aware, and no one's losing their job over at these places. But yeah, I mean, I worked with a guy, a network engineer, worked in the same place that I did. And I gave him a ride home one day, and he was talking about, he's like, everybody's information is on 11, it hacked, like personal information is likely hacked and on 11 servers around the world. He studied, he's just like, and he said, they just pick the stuff and they kind of figure out like who has a bigger social, who has a bigger profile on the internet. So like if you type in somebody's name or information and it has a lot of hits, they probably have more resources, so they'll go after them. But he had some of the stuff he's talking about, and he's just said these systems are so leaky. Yeah, and then people, you just kind of send out a letter and say, hey, your information. But yeah, I think, was it really crazy? Was it like Equifax or something? And then I don't even know if the person got fired for that. So this denial of service that John is talking about, the attacks, they try to overwhelm a site so it can't process all of the requests that it's getting, and then it takes it offline. So Ting, the best lock is the employee who just waits for you to leave out of town for a few days and you trusted them. Never trust anyone. Yeah. Right. And I think a good corollary to go with having Josh, the locksmith, on next week is, I mean, you see it all the time. Like people be like, hey, like I'm on vacation at this, wherever. And they post it in real time. And you're like, but then who's at your house, or who, your other stuff. I mean, it's just crazy. Like when we do vacations, usually there's always somebody, a relative, who just stays at the house because we have cats. But I don't post anything in real time when we're on vacation. Like we get back, maybe if there's something that I would want to post, like, hey, we went to whatever. But I don't do that. So some pretty crazy stuff. John Crump Live, thanks. I could believe it was over. The truckers, bless those people. Isn't it crazy too? Like this, we don't hear on the news. Like when I talked about when I was writing The Velocity of Information, I would study the news. I sat down and I would record the news at night, and then I would go and I would analyze. And I didn't break this down a whole lot in the book, but it's there. I would analyze how much time did David Muir spend on this and on this and on this and on this and on this. And then you'd see that some pieces that were big news of the day got 8 seconds of coverage. And you could start to really see these patterns. Okay, here's what's being, here's the agenda. But here's like a big news event, a big sentinel event that happened. And so here's what they're choosing to cover, and here's what they're choosing to not cover. Mictobus to Bacon, what John Crump said, basically using compromised servers all over the globe to fire hydrant a website with traffic so they can't help anyone else. Yeah. Whoa. Yikes. Tinkering saying, hey, have a great night, Doc and Patriots. I'll listen in the background now. Okay. Well, thanks, Ting Ting. Mictobus, my money is on the Canadian government doing the DDoSing. Didn't the Canadian government? I know there's been a lot of developments there today. This is, if this was a movie, right? Unfortunately, it's real life. But if this was a movie, you would have where you'd have this team of cyber experts, like the best in like these cyber hackers, who are kind of like a Batman-ish type thing, like almost a Dark Knight, like they're trying to rise up and to put this form of Gotham justice in place. That would be a hell of a movie in contemporary with kind of how things have developed. But yeah, I don't know. This is really, I mean, who in the right mind, I mean, would have thought 2-3 years ago we'd be talking about Canada, and how things are there right now. So yeah. Hey, it's Vanessa. Hey, Vanessa. I have a few friends in Alberta, and one Fast Stack, like to get his take on what's happening in Alberta. I know, obviously, seems like the western part of the western half of Canada has much less influence on what happens in Canada versus the eastern half, but they still have the repercussions. John Crump Live, thanks for the explanation. That's been nuts. Ramping up, beat me. Canadian government being mine. I'm pretty amazed the Super Bowl went off without any, I would say like cyber glitches. Like people trying like anything with the grid there or the broadcast and all of that. Pretty surprised. I thought that would have been something would have happened. Nothing is secure, Doc. This from Mictobus, unless you completely unplug the server, put it in a safe, dipped it in concrete, dropped it at the bottom of the ocean, right? And then it probably implode. So, yeah, no kidding. I had, so back when I was in my early jobs in schools, when a lot of, you were expected to write a lot of student reports at home, right? And you would have, so this is like maybe, I don't know, what, the 1997, 98-ish. So the school district would give you a disc and they'd say, here are the forms, and like fill the stuff out. And so I remember like I had those discs, and I took them to, I still had them like after I had left. So I took them to, oh God, these places that come around with the professional shredders, the truck or whatever, and then you can bring a box of stuff. I think Staples used to sponsor it for a while. And then I took this stuff there, and then they like shred it in front of you, like they put it through the big grinder. Because I was like, I didn't feel comfortable throwing the stuff away or like trying to reformat it or anything like that. But it's kind of, but now it's like all cloud. a lot of it's cloud-based. So it's like, holy smokes. Martin, hey, Crump, if you're being correct, then I'm going to request a refund tonight. Oh, so if you're talking about CRS. So yeah, for any of that, I guess, contact John if there's anything that's changed there. I don't have any knowledge of anything that's changed on the different ways to support him. So yeah, you want to get your information from John on that. Mictibus, hell, you can hack a computer these days just by listening to the hardware. Holy smokes, man! I didn't know that. Vanessa Kitty, and the U.S. government has me verify my identity through the internet rather than in person. Yeah, remember that? I remember I was doing, well, anytime I get asked or offered to do like keynotes, right, and contract work, but let's say a keynote presentation. So if I'm going to do either in-person or remote keynote, or like a pre-recorded keynote for something. So there's a few of those on the web, which after they get done, the place will say like, here, just put it out there if you want, even though they paid me for it. It's just, I can't sell it again. It just kind of goes public domain, but they'll say like, here, like fill out this 1099 or, the W, whatever it is. And then like email it to us. And I'll be like, no way. Like, I will postal mail it to you. Again, maybe just naive on my part that still doesn't get all brought in, but I just don't want an email that I'm sending out that has a completed 1099 form on it. I'm like, nope, give me a postal address and I'll take it to the post office and I will get a confirmation that has been delivered to you. And so, and the US Gov has, Vanessa. Bacon said, I secure all of my info in a server sent to the mantle of the earth, and it is liquid. It's all magnetic, so it's crazy. Yeah, we're kind of living in a bad time for information security, right? Because we all came up and our stuff all got entered into these systems, social security number, medical, when these systems were primitive. Now, maybe new people having their information come in, these systems might be more secure, but I mean, yikes. So Mictibus, a big part of my job is computer security. Just assume nothing is secure. Yeah. That's what my network engineer friends, cybersecurity friends, I had a cybersecurity good friend of mine who was in the military and retired and did cybersecurity in the Navy and still is in the Navy Reserve and in that area. And he's like, yeah. So, don't assume anything. I would say the best advice, that I've heard is just keep a low profile and don't put low hanging fruit out there, so, but this is Bacon to Martin. Might want to hold off on that. They might get back online. Mine and others, or Mike and others know how to listen to them. Okay. Yikes. CNT, funny, all these people in power will blank on the truck drivers any day of the week. Now, in the CNT, so when Jonathan Berger, was on a few weeks ago, this was before the Canada stuff. And we were not talking about Canada. We were talking in general about spring of 2020, supply chain, the whole thing of truckers. You don't need to take a break, your 30-minute break during your 11 hours. That was all waived and this other stuff. And yet, like, they closed down the waysides and truckers couldn't get anything, bathrooms, places to eat, all this stuff. Told to stay in their cabs. So like even the mental health, right? Like you can't interact with people, but you're just deemed essential and all this stuff is offloaded. You didn't get bonus pay necessarily. It was just crappy. Like it was in the Arizona opened up 2 old shuttered waysides to have truckers go there. And then they had that staffed a few hours a day. And to give some relief to that, but it was so crazy that wasn't an initiative right away, that we didn't have um, for truck drivers, right? And the brown bag brigade, I think, is what Jonathan and I talked about. If you had a brown paper bag, that you get at a grocery store, what could you put in it for truckers? So let's say, like, they get to a wayside and National Guard or whatever is there, and they're able to give them food and get clothes laundered or do some things to keep things going. But you also had this brown bag of, like, what could people do? And he was like, people could 3D print a vent louver, so you could, like, change the direction of the cooler hot air inside of the thing, so they could donate that, or like utensils, plastic utensils, or chunky soup, or like he had socks was another thing. So we came up with this. So, and in like a card, right? Like from the community, or you could have kids doing this, but I mean, there could have been something put together as a campaign, and there was nothing. It was just unbelievable. Just told to, that's the way you have to do it. So, yeah, it really sat wrong with me. And actually, one of the things, so we live on the interstate. So I'm running, for city government. And one of the things I'm going to bring up in a debate is saying, like, we have a huge wayside that is outside of the city. And there's also a huge truck stop. And there's also 2 public or state waysides where truckers go in the trucker scale. Like, there should have been some interface with the community, and I guess maybe the county. I mean, but we could have done something local to show appreciation for truckers. Not only that, but to keep these essential services going. Like, I think, well, here's an example. We have a fairgrounds where the county seat. So in my city, we have fairgrounds. In spring, the fairgrounds, no one's there, right? And truckers were getting fined $200 for parking because parking was already used up, and they were saying, you can't park where you would park maybe at a Home Depot or something like that. So they're getting these tickets. So I'm like, we could have opened that up and had 30 trucks there, 50 trucks. I don't know. And I don't know what but I mean, these were crazy times. Like, so you kind of work in force majeure mode, but we could have done that, right? Like, because there's bathrooms there, it's flat, it's right off the interstate. Did anybody think about that? Or at least, like, was there a good argument against it? I mean, if my brother was bringing in, stuff to our community or passing through or something, and, it was 11 hours straight, I would want to think that community, if they had that, would have that person. Now, we're not talking people staying there for like weeks, but we're saying, like, as an overnight, and then maybe there's the communities providing some stuff. We're talking like short term, like 30, 60 days to back in March and April. But I don't know. That'll probably get me impeached. I'll be out of here to leave the city. So this is Mictibus talking about I won't read it, but I've been just floored by the political actions that have taken place in Canada, especially the last day. And yeah, really ask questions like Alberta, because I don't think, like, right, all the provinces are on board with this, although it doesn't really matter. But at what point are they going to say no? I don't know. But this is, I mean, really moving quickly. And yeah, if there was a flashpoint in this, which did result in some, like a mass casualty event, right? Like, holy smokes, I don't know where things would go. But yeah, and again, as we watch the evening news, you it's interesting to actually record it or to have it and then go back with a timer or just in real time, just track how long that gets talked about on the nightly news. And, you know, so that you got your commercials or whatever, and you'll realize it's, it maybe gets 30 seconds, maybe gets 30 seconds. And there's no debate, like there's nothing, two sides of it or professional scholars coming in on this and whatever. It's just basically saying like here is, and it's some footage which is going to be very positional, but but you look at that and say, like that should be 10 minutes. And in addition, there should be a special on that would follow from 6:30 to 7, right? Or something like that. Like, but you look and I'm like, so you can see so how filtered everything is that is being, I guess, what makes it through the filter, and then this small amount of time. So I learned to look at things like that. I never did before, but in writing the velocity of information, I really started to tune in on that. So, hey, it's Bolo. All right. Bacon thought you had 187 devices tuned into the Safety Doc podcast. I said you're at least 195 right now. You bought a couple Samsung S5s. You got them hooked up to your Wi-Fi. And we are approaching like 2,500 watch hours now, which is it's been a big jump. We need to get to 4,000. So Bolo's like, up in Canada right here, I am, you're going to load up before the whole internet goes down. So observe that something's rotten in Denmark. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's very, very unsettling. Right. And especially the thought of what, again, this isn't specifically media covered. Not only that, but think of everything right now that's just not getting media covered. But between that, inflation, Ukraine, they're all little 30-second segments. It's just crazy. Nothing has changed on either site. Okay. With CRS. Okay. Thank you, John. This is to Bolo from Bacon. Just a heads up, your government might be using those 187 servers you're using to get doc watch hours that take. Oh, no, I hope they're not. So, right. Speaking of identity verification, you guys see the news that the IRS is going to start requiring facial recognition streams? Yeah, and I had that piece on Face Validity last Friday, where the headline was that they were stopping it, but then as you read the article just said, no, we're pausing it. So I was like, yeah, they're not stopping that at all. That is still happening. It's just the timeline's a little bit different, has been thrown away. So, right. I mean, what happens? I mean, because really, right, if we get to this, that is right in the next lean to saying, hey, like we can use this instead of you having to have a credit card on you, right? And the thing is, let's be honest, 60 to 70% of people will be like, that sounds great. And they'll go with it. And then 30% of the people will be like, whoa, there are problems with this. And, you'll start do some, incentivizing and things like this. And pretty soon you're not far down the road from a Tom Scott fictional video of social credit score, which I think I retweeted tonight. But there's a video. It's out there. It's Tom Scott. It's 3 minutes long, and it's social credit score. He put it out in 2018. So, Tom is an influencer, and So this wasn't meant at that time necessarily to be predictive or to scare people, but as I pointed out several times, and I think Tom once responded to this, I said, this is very lining up to kind of where things are going. And he'll say, yeah, it was just fictional at the time I put it out there and people are interpreting this wrong, but yet he has chose to leave it up and not take it down. And as you watch this, as you check out that video, it's pretty, I think it's pretty close to how events are unfolding. My neighbors are from Britain, so, and they still have a house in Britain. They're elder, they're both retirement, and they said they had part of their British Social Security, whatever the equivalent to that is, just like taken off, like 2-3% for social programs or something for the federal government or whatever. So, and that's the thing, right? Like, what could, how do you interfere with that? Or as Vanessa wrote, what do you do with the IRS if you're hacked? Somebody deep fakes this whole facial recognition thing, right? Or how do you prove it's you then? Who do you go to? Because right now, if you try to call the IRS, like, do you have an IRS office in your town? Like, I don't. I have a bank, which, I have a bank in my town that I use. But like, if this was an IRS hack, who are you going to? Who's going to have those professionals to identify what's a deepfake, what's not, and parse this stuff apart? Are you going to be having to buy additional insurance? Is there going to be, or is it just, will there be instances where it'll be like, too bad, I'm sorry this happened, we don't have the means to prove it was you, or you can file whatever. I know people, we have relatives who are awaiting their tax returns that filed in March of 2020, straight up pretty bland tax returns, none of the child tax credit stuff, like all of that. And they're like, no refund. And so when they try to contact the IRS, it's 60 minutes on a phone, and then someone will talk a little bit, whatever, and then they'll ask you to send the other stuff in, or if they'll try to work through their person that did their taxes, and still haven't got it right. Or they'll be told, oh, it'll be 90 days, and then nothing comes out. And so now they're getting to file their taxes again, and now the tax professionals filing it or whatever, they're like, well, so I don't know how they handle that. Do they file it and say you still owe whatever money, or do they use the money that you haven't been paid as a credit? Stuff is just so crazy. So Vanessa's saying to make to us, Doc, cover that last Friday. Yeah. ID me. So yeah, we had that on Face Validity, and that was a really good article, because the headline would give the reader the impression, oh, the government threw this out. Like, people are just upset with it. And then once you read the article said, nope, just paused. So the article says, government stops using facial recognition, or has stopped its plan, or whatever. And so, like, Face Validity, right? You go through and you're trying to see that in the article that it matches the headline, and no, the headline should have said paused. So, security is a constant battle. We use third-party bug bounty sites that keep people trying to hack our system constantly for monetary rewards. The thing these hackers come up with is that's really the way it has to be, right? I know somebody who worked in that for 5 to 7 years. With this company, and there were like 7-8 people, and their full thing was they were trying to break into these different sites and servers and whatever, so they would get contracted. And if they could break in, there were bonuses and stuff like that. Somebody did that. Colton Andrus, I think, did that work, and then went into chaos engineering. He was pretty well known. Came in to help out, I think it was Amazon, after they had like a big attack and some stuff went down a few years ago. But would that be a pretty cool gig to have, of being like having those skills and trying to crack into these areas? And and say, hey, like here's what's going on. Here's how to fix it. And then yeah, if you found something significant, you got a bonus because yeah, if you find it. But it's really weird now, right, McTibis? Because um, I said the penalties for yeah, here's a data breach and your stuff is out there. People, I mean, these companies aren't paying people fines. Like I signed up on that Yahoo data breach thing of where you're supposed to get like some money. I never got anything. Yet, you know, um, I so we hear about this, but there's no consequence, and there isn't anything that is coming back to you're not seeing this collective um, group of all of us here suing Equifax or because they our data breach, the data breach that likely contained our data as some class. You just don't see it, right? Because um, so yeah, I mean, I think there's a part with these companies too where they're kind of like we'll get it pretty good, but I guess if it's proprietary company information, their plans and all of that stuff, which would be available to a competitor. But if it's protecting people's information, I just don't see the consequences in real life. Like, right? I worked for the state a few years ago, well, back when I was working for the state. And I remember I got a letter 2 years ago, maybe 1 year ago. Oh, we want to inform you that at the time you were employed here, we discovered, now that there's been a hack in your data and whatever of that stuff. And there was no like, here's what we're going to do for you, or here's whatever. It was just like, well, that's pretty insufficient. It's Riggs Jr. Hey, Riggs Jr. Hope you're having a great night. So appreciate that you're here. Is our good friend Riggs Jr. And for those of you who have come in a little bit later, so the reason this show started was kind of the header here is so School of Errors, I am narrating the audiobook version of this. And I'm not a professional narrator. However, the way for this to be narrated through the contract was that I had to narrate it. So I am working, this will be narrated at a local sound studio. I was already there last week. We were doing some kind of testing in a booth, and they'll professionally engineer my mistakes out of it. So I'm hoping I can bring appropriate energy to this, and it's going to be affordable because it's me and not a professional narrator or actor. But I'm excited because now the book will be accessible. And I did work at the School for the Blind for 4 years, and to this day, my friends there, say, "Hey, when are you going to release that on audiobook?" And because they said it's so much better to have audiobook if you're visually impaired than even the best text-to-speech readers. And the fact that I wrote the book and it's my voice, I keep telling myself there's an allowance there, right? Like people will know you're not a professional voice actor. I almost feel like I should say that up front in the book, but I won't. And you don't put that in an audiobook, but to kind of let people know, like, I'm going to do the best I can. This will be pretty good, and it's going to be very affordable. But like you're seeing the stand-in right here. I'm not a professional at this, but so that's the big news though, is that it will be out there. So that means by summer it will be out there in all formats. Hardback, paperback is a new release that's coming out now, a new format, which will be out in summer, and then ebook's been out there too. So it's pretty cool. We paid a bug bounty report the other week that would have paid $75,000. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. Oh my God, McTibis. Wow. Very cool. Try to change my direct deposit at va.gov. 4 hours later, I completed that task. Oh my God. See, that's the thing, Vanessa, right? Like, and these systems are not efficient now. So that's the thing, right? If they're moving toward this, how are you going to do this? How's your tech support? And if something goes wrong, that's it, right? Like suddenly if they say you're not you, like I've had this whole kind of, this mental volleyball going back and forth over the net. I've been thinking, I mean, if you get to this, do you really need all these banks? do you need private banks? Do you need these hometown banks and credit unions? Like what's their real purpose once this stuff kind of gets out there? If you can get hypothetically a loan from the government and maybe some other stuff. I mean, I kind of am looking at this thing. I don't know if a lot of these banks are going to be around if this push to federalize and you're just going to be identified off of facial recognition, which I guess that probably happens a lot of times during the day that we don't even know when we go places. But yeah, it's a really disruptive time. I think banking is going to be significantly changed, especially small banks. Riggs, take it easy, buddy. CNT Design is to Safety Act. That's awesome, brother. I hope you win your election. So, yeah. If I don't, I think the city wins either way with who gets voted into the position. So, I feel good about that. So, thanks. Vanessa, the state here decided that opening highway rest areas back to 24 hours is a good thing to do, but of course, no one goes to the bathroom at midnight and laugh out loud. Oh my goodness. Zippy. Hey, France is not much better than Canada these days. Some of Australia is wonky too. And my friend Phil Henry in Germany probably daily updates me on things that he's encountering over there. Also with some snapshots and things like that. And it's like, holy smokes, man. So yeah, we are at this this point of world unrest that I've never encountered before in my life. And so yeah, I don't know what to I don't know what to make of it. Like I don't know what will settle things down or if things will just like escalate. And the whole Ukraine thing to me is like I would think that will happen. Like Russia will invade Ukraine. I mean, Russia did Georgia, and you look at where Ukraine is strategically close to Poland, and I just like in resources, right? I'm kind of like I see it. I think this will be what I don't know. And politically, I guess if they're not going to do this, what would be the political, what would be the diplomacy to say no, like stand down? We don't really hear much, right, of anything like that. It's not like Eisenhower and the Suez, incident and stuff like that. I mean, so isn't it weird? Like we have all these massive things going on in the world that we don't get any depth on. Because it's not covered in the media in any depth. So you can spend some time maybe trying to find somebody who's streaming from somewhere, but that's measured. And so it's like you don't really know what's going on. Not that you probably knew years ago, but you knew more of what was happening on. It's this thing of Samizdat, right? Of the former Soviet Union before Glasnost, of keeping things under wraps, of you would get some information, but you would never have it corroborated by multiple sources. Like you don't have CNN, ABC, NBC, and whatever giving reports from the Ukraine right now, right? Or Canada or something like that. So it's one of these times we have a big number of sentinel world events happening that we are being marginally informed of. We're just being made aware that they're happening, and that's it, which is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So, bacon show. Oh my goodness, I went through a liter of ranchada on an empty stomach. Whoa, you guys! This reminds me of civil war between Chinese nationalists and the Chinese CCP. We are at war, my friends. In retrospect, in a forensic analysis, we might realize that's exactly that things might have already started months ago and we just didn't realize. So yeah, this will be a strange time. I'm thankful that like when my kids, like we did did Disney in 2017, back before you had the political upheaval and the pandemic. So, that was now, I mean, I don't even know how many of these experiences will kind of continue into the future, or inflation, or be available, or, these other things. And even the thought of, just the Griswold family trip, right? Taking the vehicle and, driving somewhere on a vacation, like, will that even happen? Will it happen? Will you feel safe? Will you have safe lodging? Your place, your vehicle won't be ransacked. Will these parks make it? Will these not, just say larger, smaller scale, like, will you be able to travel and stay at state parks? I've heard now, I think it was the state of Oregon, they're having an issue with like hikers getting like, give me all your money, like out on the trail, people taking their stuff, or like they come back and their vehicles are broken into. So stuff like new issues going on. Vanessa saying, I still predict war starts in Ukraine and Taiwan at the same time. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea, just sitting here and just trying to figure out what the implications of this are going to be. I mean, and obviously it would be a massive economic upheaval in the world, for a few years at least. Man, so strange. Bacon. Hey, I was almost disappointed Cal exit didn't happen in California. Yeah. Mixbus, I'm not convinced Russia is the bad guy in that situation. Ukraine has way too many DS ties. So, yeah, see, I'm glad you brought that up, Mixbus. So this is where journalism, investigative journalism, would at least put out that there are different positions to this and different things to know. But, right, we don't see that at all. So it, I mean, because you've taken the time, you've put the scholarship in to understand this. But again, I mean, your average 40-year-old, 35-year-old person who's just getting headlines off of their Facebook page, or, I mean, so that's the challenge, right? And so anyway, yeah. Mixbus said, our government has spent 4+ decades trying to convince us that Russia's bad. Given us all we know, can we actually believe it? When I interviewed Nikolai Razvayu, and that's a huge interview in the book, big section in the Philosophy of Information. So Nikolai was a Soviet national cyclist in 1986 as a 20-year-old. So in Kyiv, in Ukraine, right? So he had a bike right after Chernobyl, like a day after the Chernobyl nuclear accident. But the big part of that interview, right, is he was saying, you're growing up and you were getting the Soviet narrative, Pravda, the Soviet newspaper, truth of what's happening. But you really were finding out what was happening through Samizdat, the underground newspapers, and people meeting in rooms and telling you things. And so, yeah, it is in the, like, look at the fall of the Soviet Union. I guess the fall, I think now in retrospect, it's kind of like a transition, not necessarily a fall, but, it didn't completely implode, and it changed, significantly, but yeah, so I don't know. These are, I never thought I would have to spend so much time just in every day of just like trying to keep track of what's happening in the world, right? But near parent and your kids out in the world, and what's going to happen, it puts, you have to think about a lot of things, and just all of us, like, I mean, it just our own well-being, our friends, and just that, we don't want anything, crazy happening, which, what is that movie, The Sum of All Fears? We don't want an outcome like that happening. I mean, could you imagine something like that if it was authentic in a major city in the globe? So, wow. Um, so Mictbis, but also not the recent John Durham revelations stuff Anons have known for years, namely HRC. So, yeah, and again, like how far will that go in a media narrative, right? Like how, and we keep hearing these things too, right? Of, well, there's going to be a lawsuit filed, or we're going to sue them, or we're going to do that, and like the reality is, the courts are so far behind on these filed lawsuits that you don't have enough courts to adjudicate, this stuff in a timely manner. So you can keep saying you're going to do this, but in the meantime, people will, these lawsuits just compile and compile and compile, and it's just so, oh my goodness. Riggs, the Terrence Pop would say, oh wow, yeah, I watch Pop stuff, so yeah, apprised Riggs of Pop's take on things, and obviously his experiences in other countries, working or not working, but being with the U.S. Military and the things that he observed versus the narratives, right, that would be recorded in history. USSR never died. I don't think. Look, I mean, right now, right, and looking at this, I think that whole thing of the fall of the Soviet Union, and if you look at, as I was working and putting that chapter together and talking with Nikolai and just framing things out, yeah, Russia just transitioned to a different form. There wasn't a collapse in the Soviet Union. I mean, there was turbulent times and things like that, but it wasn't, this complete collapse. So how do you take a country, destroy it from within, just infect it with communism? Yeah. So it is, yeah. I remember talking with one of my neighbors, I think it was last year, and like we always put a flag out for Flag Day and Veterans Day, and one of my neighbors said to me, like, I'm not sure I'm going to fly the US flag on my house this year. Like, I just don't know if that's going to, like, basically was saying I don't want my house to get vandalized or other things, but not overtly saying that. And I was like, wow, like it's weird to see somebody my age like thinking that. Plus, like, that isn't happening in my area, but like it's kind of this negative vicarious rehearsal. Like you maybe hear it on the news or something, or the flag is not symbolic of a united America anymore. I don't know. It was really disheartening to hear. We probably fly the American flag. It's John Rice. Dun, dun, dun. Thanks for the 24 thumbs up. I appreciate it. Thanks. And this is Bolo. I'm absolutely sure. Whoa, Bolo over. He's kind of like a Austin Powers Bolo. He's the Canadian Austin Powers. So that's how people refer to him. They're like, the guy Bolo you're talking about. And then they'll be like, Bolo. And then they'll be like, the Canadian Austin Powers. Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, what about him? So, yeah, he is the Canadian Austin Powers. Putin is a power-hungry man, has the largest private military in the world. Not a good mix, yeah. It's been that way for a long time. So, yeah. Vanessa wrote, all I want to do is hold math courses on the gun range. Is simple, effective, gets a lot of math taught. Reminds me, I bike past a gun range on one of my most prevalent routes, and I miss biking. So it's a really nice range, and sometimes it's in use when I bike past it. So Ting Ting. Every day is American Flag Day at my house. Don't tread on me, and those colors don't run. So, yeah, look at my Twitter handle. I have American flag up in my name there on Twitter. Riggs Jr. Communism has a pretty face. Some see what's going on, some don't. There's things like, oh yeah. I mean, the whole labor thing here, like in the U.S., but in my state, they're saying like 80% or 88% of places are saying they can't hire even though they're raising rates. And but I'm like, this is, I don't know. So bacon to make this, yeah, apparently don't hold up well as they age. So, oh my goodness, yeah, it's Bolo right here. Bacon and Mictobus. I remember at least one house in Capitol Hill had a Russian Federation flags out in 2016. Really? Well, our neighbor, from Britain, they'll fly the Union Jack once in a while. Actually, so they flew it. This is true too. Like a year ago, they flew the Union Jack. I think it was like, because it coincided with something, annual event that was happening over in Britain. And one of my other neighbors thought that it was a flag from the South, a version of it. And I said, that's a Union Jack. Like that's from England. And they're like, oh, so even that kind of stuff is just insane. I'm like, but kind of small town Wisconsin here, and I have to help keep things level. I programmed an analog computer at UConn freshman year in high school, 76 Vanessa. Whoa. Hey, it's our good friend Old Umble. I was talking about you. Your ears are burning. It's probably why you came in. You're like, gosh, it's Texas, but holy smokes, are my ears hot. And I noted that you've been doing a lot of SEO work with your channel, 40,000 views, aiming for 100,000. And you have also, I noticed, like, definitely, I mean, the work is showing thumbnails and just all stuff. But you had something with YouTube, a service that your work, because I saw it was up in the corner, but what is it? You can subscribe to it and then it helps you manage your YouTube or something. You probably notice what I'm talking about, but yeah. So, well, you notice, right? Because you're using it. It's some service like UW or something like that. But I checked it out after that, because TubeBuddy, yeah, that's it, TubeBuddy. So yeah, sometime after you've had it for a while, let me know what you think. Like, I don't know what this channel eventually will become, because, as I said, this channel served a purpose initially because I wanted to learn how to do a podcast. And then I started to take on a lot of expert witness legal work. And then the podcast became invaluable to, build my credentials as an expert in many areas, right? But now, it's kind of transitioning to this scholarly work that I kind of use to bolster my university position. So the university wants you to be engaged, like, in scholarly work. So then I'll be like, here's scholarly work that I'm doing. And then in addition to that, I want this to, promote the 2 books, right? So that's going to be one of the purposes of this is to get SEO and as people search, and because Philosophy of Information releases on April 11th, and then, as I shared in here with the title of the show, is I am the narrator for School of Errors. The publisher has reverted that to me, so I'm narrating my own book, my first book, in a professional studio. We'll see how that goes, but hey, I'm going to try it. And that will be a very affordable book because it doesn't have the big talent, but I'm looking forward to it. Ting Ting, don't surprise me. Seattle has a 40-foot Stalin statue from former USSR and Pike's Place area that I have thrown red paint on several times. Whoa. All right. I wasn't aware I was there. I'll be talking about specifically in next week's Quest for 100K. Yeah, and I think you'll get there. Like you had something really cool the other day too. Joe, you're running out. It was a delayed Christmas Santa thing to your car, some delivery. It was really funny. It was like 30 seconds long. It's like a YouTube short type thing, but so I think you're hitting everything that you need to be hitting. Like this is your goal, is to ramp this channel and your channel, Old Humble Distilling. And he has this regular Thursday night show, but there are many impromptu shows where, so Joe owns Old Humble Distilling Company in Texas. And some of his shows will be live streams where he'll be like, I'm making this table that is part of the distillery, and also, or I'm distilling, and I'll narrate and kind of walk you through some of the things that I'm doing. And so you get this real authentic, in scene, in vivo of what's happening, and it's live. So it's cool stuff. So his list is private, so don't put those private videos out there. I don't know where things will go if that starts happening, but yeah, that is so that's good. I think, and I can tell you're having fun with it too. So I think what you're doing is good. I like your design. I think your design tweak looks good too. So, but yeah, I think I like it. So, Vanessa is saying hi to Humble. So yeah, and and those of you who haven't aren't aware, but Joe, Old Humble Distilling Company in Texas, has a show Thursday nights, usually with Lisa as his kind of co-host, and very entertaining. And then there are additional shows. If you're in the greater Texas area, which of course I'm not, because I'm in the Wisconsin very cold area, but he hosts numerous, events, brings out bands, food tours of the distillery. So it's really, it looks really cool. Like, I'm kind of like, I'd love to do that. It would take me 20 hours to drive there. But I mean, if you were anywhere in that area, if you're in Texas, let's say, I would definitely road trip it if I was in Texas and followed and knew something was going up, or, going on there. I would definitely do that. It looks like an awesome time. So if I am in Texas, I am 100% going and contacting Joe and making a visit out there to the distilling company. So 100%. Yeah, you bet. And Martin to Mictopus, yeah, maybe even the founder didn't want that Whiskey Rebellion into that. I think you guys are talking about reading through the Constitution, yeah, and the writings of our founding fathers. We're not a democracy, never intended. Somewhat more like a republic, right? Yeah, I think they're so skewed. Bacon, thanks for posting the link for Old Humble Distilling. So he's putting a lot of work in his channel. Wants to get 100,000 views, so help him get there. And fun shows, has a format, put together for them. So, yeah, and a good person. So actually, Joe's like, oh my goodness, but I did a little research on kind of the start of the distilling company, it's just stuff on Google and things like that, so I could learn a little bit more. But Joe gives back to his community a lot and has for a long time, and so that's really a cool thing, and it's something you're not going to hear him talk about on the show necessarily, and things like that. But I would say anybody who lives in that community or that area definitely knows that, and knows the positive influence and things that he's done over time. So it's really cool. He's a good person. He said, I'm expanding the happy hour lives. I have 3 scheduled this week. Whoa, my goodness. The trolley problem, Old Humble guy versus Flat Earth, Brussels. Wow, man. So that must be a whiskey plus caffeine, caffeinated whiskey. So Constitutional Republic, actually. Okay. Victibus. Federalists wanted a monarchy. Compare and contrast the Federalist Papers to the Anti-Federalist Papers. Even back then, they were playing semantic games. Yeah. So, and right. And we don't, where does this get covered in high school or middle school, or where do we have classes? I mean, shouldn't there be the opportunity to every college or every community college or whatever, there should be or a refresher class or whatever that you take as a citizen on the Constitution and civic duty. And I mean, some of these things of like the role of city government. Like I said, I'm running for city government, never ran for city government in my life. And April 5th, we'll see if I get voted in or not. But I mean, that would be available for free for people. And we don't do that. And I suppose like you'd have to, then you get into this whole thing of positionality of who's delivering it, the message and whatever. And so right, it gets really hard unless you're a student of these things. Like when I put together the velocity of information and the research I was doing on a lot of things, especially like, Russia in the 80s, right? And Gorbachev and Glasnost and things like that. And I knew people like who've been in, I have friends who were in Russia in the 80s and outside of Nikolai. But I'm like, I put a lot of time in and I know a small percentage of that, right? So it is just that people just like, they have no idea, they'll say, oh, it's a constitutional right, or it's whatever. And it's like, as Mictibus, I mean, who obviously has and all of you, a different level of deeper knowledge, but we treat it today as if we don't even want people to know about it, kids or young adults. So, yeah. And the founding fathers, like, it wasn't kind of cool. Like, a number of them too are like young dudes. I'm not saying that you had to be a male or female, but I'm saying they're young people, like 20 years old or something, in their 20s. Imagine the energy and stuff. I was just watching the Sands of Iwo Jima the other day, which you can't get on. No one will show it on TV anymore. So I had the CD and I was watching it. Well, it wasn't one of John Wayne's best movies, Striker, but I was kind of like, wow, there was a real connection to a hierarchy of a respect and a duty and but then also like a civil the rights. I'm not saying that correctly, but I'm kind of saying like the soldiers would say, like, when I'm on duty, like you say jump and I'll say how high, but when I'm not, like, you respect my right to, want to go back and not be career military, that I'm going to, learn Shakespeare and stuff. I mean, that's from the Sands of Iwo Jima, right? So, but I don't know. Wasn't my favorite movie, but it was okay. In Harm's Way, I think it's my favorite movie. And researching the flat earth nonsense has absolutely wrecked my suggestive videos. That's a thing, isn't it? That's where, like, when I did when I had, Jonathan Berger on, and we did the show about the truckers, and that was just about the, logistics and other things in the US back in March. That show has died. It got 225 views and it has not gotten a single view since. And it's just strange. Well, it's not strange. Like, I know why it's happening. I think anybody knows why it's happening, but, and that was a very neutral show with a very positive of supporting, through strategies of keeping waysides open and other things, just understanding things like truckers, that don't have enough places to park. So if you do infrastructure bill, you should include, these places for truckers to park. But anyway, that show got a big from the people up above. So um, Nacogdoches, right? So Longview, but Nacogdoches, wasn't that an area? Didn't they have a lot of shuttle debris when in the shuttle disaster? What was it, 2003 that burned upon entry? I forget the name of the shuttle, but wasn't, I think a lot of debris fell in that area. It's horrific. Old Lumble to Zippy. Don't give the founders too much credit. They made plenty of mistakes. So yeah, I feel like I don't know. It feels like these things are just moving rapidly, and then also like the anchor points of like what we thought we knew aren't there anymore. These anchoring heuristics are missing. I don't know how to describe it. Here's an example. My students, I'm teaching a legal issues course right now for graduate students. These are all students who work in schools right now. Some are administrators or some are aspiring administrators. If you take these courses, you eventually be licensed as a school administrator. And I've taught this class 18 years in a row. The assignment that was due on Saturday it's called Strengths, Weaknesses, Opportunities, Threats, SWOT, SWOT, SWOT. It's pretty straightforward. You take your school district and you say, what are 8 strengths that we have, 8 weaknesses, 8 opportunities, and 8 threats? And I have 2 examples that I put out there. And I'm like, it's just bullet points, right? This is a page or 2 pages. So a strength could be, we have growing subdivisions, right? So we have people moving in more numbers. A weakness is that we don't have schedules that provide for common planning time. That's a weakness. And opportunity is that we can collaborate with a neighboring district to share like school counseling, professional development, and augmentative communication or something like that. Like we have this neighboring district who wants to do it. Another opportunity is we have mental health services in our community that we could contract with. Okay, opportunities. Threat is that we could have decreased funding from the federal government, or there could be these long COVID regulations, which we've talked about in this class in fall, of like no one knows what that means. So our kid's going to qualify with a disability. If they do, there's 2 branches of disability, IDEA or ADA. I was a special ed director for 20 years. I still consult nationally on this, but so anyway, it's pretty laid out. And a number of students took that assignment and they did something I've never seen before. They did it on themselves, meaning that they wrote, here are 8 strengths that I have. Here are 8 weaknesses. Here's 8 opportunities for me. Here's 8 threats. And I've never seen, in 18 years, I've never seen anybody do that. And it wasn't just one person, multiple people. So I'm looking back and I'm like, okay, I even put an additional sample of right there. It's been there the whole year and we went over it, of here's what to do. It's very explicit in the syllabus. You can go online and you can find these things, but like I have actual samples and I added one for this class to make it very contemporary with the pandemic, for example. And so I got a hold of these people. And the thing was, like, they did these and they were really down on themselves on the weaknesses. Like they were just like, I'm a poor organizer, or a threat to my, successes that I'm not a protagonist. What am I thinking? They're delaying things. I should be able to think of this right now, but so this is pretty severe, pretty scathing. Like, I can't parallel park, I can't, I can't write with my left hand or something. But I'm reading through this and I'm like, whoa, like, I don't know what caused some of the students to interpret the assignment this way. And it's an outlier, right? Because I've done this 18 years. It's very explicit. So I contacted them the ones that did this. And because I felt bad, I'm like, my intent wasn't to try to have you look in a mirror and say, I'm bad. I can't do this. Here's 3 things I've got to change. And here's the 2, it's not the type of person I am. And it's not how I'd approach it anyway. But, so I got a hold of them and said, I appreciate that you did the assignment. Like, of course, everybody got the assignment in on time and it was thorough. And I said, I'm looking through the samples, right? And I'm looking through the instructions. You chose to do this on yourself. So you demonstrated that you understand how to do it, right? So you've met the assignment requirements, but can you tell me kind of how you got there? Because this is kind of new for me. And basically what I was trying to say is, like, if you're really stressed out, or, like, take a step back, right? And I did tell them, like, some other people did this too. And I want to follow up with people because I don't want you to think like I'm trying to have you say like weaknesses and you're like, I'm just trying to get through, right now. I'm like, that wasn't a personal self-assessment. And then everyone would just kind of say that, they're just burned out, right? It's difficult. 1 week their school is in person, 1 week it's not. And then they're getting different directives from superintendents and boards. But I think this predisposed mindset of they're being critiqued, because I'm kind of thinking this is happening to you all the time, right? You must every day be catching flack from parents or an angry school board or something. And so basically I was just saying, kind of look at the samples and you go more in that direction of just looking at the systems of things. And I said, there'll always be threats and weaknesses. That's always there. I mean, you want to preserve your strengths and you want to take 2 opportunities and try to turn them into strengths in a year. And I said, that's it, but basically it was kind of like a call to say, are you okay? And then I reminded, one person, that I said, there's like an EAP service, in your district. So, I don't have like, there wasn't anything like super concerning in any of these things. It was just the fact that the interpretation, I think, was really reflective of where people were at. Like it was strange that people did that. I felt really bad for them. And again, I made a contact because I just wanted, I didn't want anybody to think, oh my God, here's the professor and he is having us, do 8 weaknesses. Not only that, like 8 threats to our career. Like, I don't turn things in on time, or, I'm not willing to move to where the job is, or like, oh, so there's good people. It's just that it was a really weird thing. I've got the notes over here on the left, and then like the people I contacted and but anyway, just kind of a thing. So, but I also felt like, as being the prof, I mean, I felt it was it's a good thing for me to be able to give that feedback, to people too, and just say, some other people have seen this, and it's typically not the way that people approach this over the years, but, so, Old Emil saying, I'm getting suggested videos about alternative timelines and alien civilizations, all kinds of other drivel. Wow. So that's funny. Mictopus, there are some back then that wanted a monarchy, but that's a small minority. Talking about government stuff. Yeah. When there is less incentive for a company to make an extra 100 million, they have less incentive to outsource jobs to India and China and Mexico. Right. I think I read something that like most of America's vitamin C comes from like Ireland or something. It's really weird. Like how did all of that start to get outsourced? This siphoning that happened that no one was really paying attention to until the bottom falls out of things. And it's like, whoa. Thinking if the world turns into zombies, let me know. We'll get us the military food storage place with your help. Get us to. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. At this point in society, humans, this is from Martin, have outlived their usefulness. the most intelligent of the human race has no use for a standard model of humanism, which is too slow and unintelligent. So, I listened to a podcast. There are two young priests. I say young, they're probably early 30s. And I forget what the name of the show is, right? So I'm not doing them any favors right now, but they started a podcast like a year ago, and they have sometimes guests on and other times they just kind of go through. But their thing is like, how do you find agency and purpose right now in the church? If you're young, I guess I could be old too or whatever, but it's kind of like how do you do this? And Martin, as you just indicated, this is a struggle I look at, because I'm like, okay, as AI increases and singularity and things like that, like, and how are people going to choose to find agency and purpose? And are they going to do that in a way that's going to benefit themselves and humanity, like liberate them? Or is it a way where they're going to find that they don't have purpose because work was their purpose? God, I watched several of these videos of like back in the 1940s, and it was the railroad industry, right? Like, so you'd be a fireman, like you'd be a stoker, and then eventually you work up to like, the conductor or the engineer, whatever these different positions were in the railroad. But these were like lifelong positions, and we had a big rail station in my town here, and they did a show, I think in 1990, PBS did one, and they interviewed a lot of these dudes who would still get together that worked at the railroad back when it was like steam locomotives. And, so, that was like, they had great pride in that. And now it's kind of like, what does it mean? Yeah. And I talked about that in one of the Safety Doc shows when I talked about the decline of civic organizations, and how in the blog post that went with that was more specific with some of them and the timelines and stuff. But now, as people are more mobile too, or like maybe like I'm going to work, but I work in, California, but I live in Wisconsin, right? Because I'm doing it remote. People aren't vesting as much into their communities through Rotary and JCs and Kiwanis and stuff like that. And even civic participation, like, like I said, like I'm running, for a political position. So, so once you start to lose this kind of awareness of your community and this passing of institutional or legacy knowledge in the community, it's just a place, right? And the whole thing of like the metaverse and people selling meta realty, like actual space in the metasphere. There was some kid, they did an article on him, early 20s, and he sold something for $500,000, like 40 acres in Metaland or whatever, totally made up, right? Or whatever. And he got paid, and he bought a McLaren for 300,000 with his 500,000. So a lot of just these weird things right now. I don't know. I don't have the processing power, but I try to well, I'm not, we're all kind of thinking about this, but what happens? Where do you get agency, purpose? I know Joe at Old Humble has talked about this too on some of his shows, but maybe someday, I'll bring in, and we can have that as actually a show, agency, purpose. I invited those priests to come on the show, and they said no. So their show's kind of bigger, but I'd like to have somebody on, either from a civic organization or like, a priest. Actually, I do have a friend who's a priest that I think would come on the show. And my question would be like, what do you see for agency and purpose, like in the church, right? And how is it affecting older people? How is it affecting younger people? Where do you project this out to be in 10 or 15 years? And, what also, you're kind of like, what do you have for what's your competition? Open enrollment? Is it going to be the metaverse church? And I'm not, I'm just saying what, because church was an it was, I guess, an institution, but it's also very much a place. Like where I live, our Catholic Church has been here since 1850, and just recently went through a several $1 million update and renovation. But it is very much a place like that footprint. They would not tear that church down. They would renovate it in that spot. Ting, I will be at your door in case things go bad. It's Vanessa. So, Olumbo and Zippy, all sounds good in theory, but you need to change human nature to pull it off. Right? I don't know. Yeah. This will sound vain, and I don't mean it to sound vain, but when I wrote The Velocity of Information, there's a part of me which was like, who's going to read this book? Like, I mean, there'll be a small, it's a great book, right? But I mean, who wants to read this versus like turn on Netflix, right? The scholarship type books have a place, and people like School of Errors, continues like people, but there's a smaller percentage because people just, that's just not their thing anymore. So I don't know. Almost saying to McTwist, it's not human nature. It's just a sensible tax structure. We build a middle class with 70% tax on the wealthiest Americans, but a significant minority believes that particular taxation lie. So, yeah, the structures are shackles, right? Structures are so flawed. And where do you go about like trying to change those, or just making people aware of them? Because, right, we go back to this whole thing. Well, maybe the media but the media, no. And then if people try to do their own investigation, it'll take time. And then where do they take it from there to try to evoke change? I mean, that's the thing. So I see this again in the school law or legal classes I teach. I have to say legal because I'm not a lawyer, and they're titled legal classes. But there's freedom of information requests that come out to schools, and the schools just ignore them. I'm not saying like my students ignore them, but I'm saying like I give many examples of districts, including in my state, who just say forget it. And then there's supposed to be repercussions for that, right? Like you can get in trouble, and no one's holding them accountable and saying, hey, you can't deny this. And like there's one group of attorneys, there's like 2 or 3 that handle these type of cases in the state. So I got a hold of them, and they just said they were backlogged, and that was the end of it. But so I'm like, kind of, when you don't have to follow the rules anymore, right? I mean, and we see this kind of all over, like, Philadelphia, you can drive through stoplights and, all of this type of stuff. And, well, publicly, let's just say we're not going to enforce these things. But yeah, so, all right. Mictbus, there's only one game. C&T design in arms. If you look at the number of the middle class in America started to disappear in the late 80s, early 90s, they were actually moving up into the upper class. Okay. I remember the Knots Landing in Dallas TV shows back then, but yeah. I think today, if you are young, right, you're coming out of, you're 18, 20, you're trying to get a house, get your job, acquire some wealth, so you have money to, I don't know, take vacations, fix your house, buy a vehicle, some stuff away for your kids. That's almost impossible unless you're, I shouldn't say that. Let me take that back, because I have a friend who is an electrician and I know those are out there, but right, you'd still be, at least where I'm at, next to Madison, Wisconsin. An entry level home, $600,000 in the city, entry. And so where do you start chipping off at that when you're coming out and you don't have, because one of the things they would say is like, you used to have the starter homes in the 80s, right? You could buy a home and fix it up and sell it and move to your next home. And now like your entry home is like 600. So I'm just like, I don't, and it's one of these things too, like, how do you, if you're able to generate and have some savings and stuff, how do you preserve it versus inflation, or if there's some health event that happens or something catastrophic, or like generationally, it'll get taken away at some point. And when it does, like the chance of being able to build it back is probably gone. So yeah, I don't know. These are the types of things I think about. Olumble to C&T Designs and ARMS. Maybe you held the chart upside down. The middle class didn't move up into the upper class. The upper class began accumulating greater and greater wealth, but not population. So, and I know Joe wants to do a show on that. So, and this wasn't, I don't have anything prepared to even like begin talking about something like that with where I could start to research and cite and things like that. But I think we can all say like a middle class today has pretty much been eviscerated. I mean, it's just frightening. And I think the barrier to entry into owning a house or owning a vehicle is this. It's insane. In a lot of places, it's insane. Or the cost to have health insurance, or hey, John, I'm an electrician, but it's cutthroat and my body is more limited now. Wish I could do it full-time or even part-time. Can't find a part-time electrician job though yet. Really? Okay. So I have a friend who's an electrician. He said exactly what you said. His body has taken a toll, over the years. So, and I know he has to travel, a lot for different jobs and scheduling and things like that. So, I haven't talked to him very recently, but so this is, I know Joel's already there. Ting Ting saying deep thinkers I like. Yeah. So this is like, I can work really, I shouldn't say well, but like we can have these discussions. We can facilitate these things. So like when I get in and I try to read my own book, it's not going to be as fluid. I'm not used to that. So I'm kind of good at presenting and things like that. But anyway, I'll do just fine. Zippy wrote to Mictobus, the people were landowners only, of which the vast majority were businessmen. The whole process emulates noble caste systems. It's not meant for the people. So, whoa. Vanessa, used vehicles today increased 50% in price thus far. That makes them unaffordable to a large portion of the population. Yeah, absolutely. And, fuel prices, where I'm at, $4 a gallon, I look at these things and I'm like, I don't know at what point it starts to invert where people are like, well, then I'm not going to travel, or then I'm going to change this, or you have to travel for some things, but I mean, it's not knocking down like holiday travel, right? Or things like, we were kind of looking at some of our stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. It's like, I also read, I don't know, Bureau of Labor Statistics or something coming out saying people spent more this Christmas on credit, I think, percentage wise, than any other Christmas season, which isn't good. To add that much debt onto credit cards, right? But the Christmas of 2021, people ran up a lot of debt. So in the velocity of information, there's reasons you start to see from a psychological standpoint of crowd and behavior during chaos. So people try to surround themselves with things that make themselves feel comfortable. And at the same time, they're unwilling to take on risk because they see this as a time of chaos. So that could be one of the reasons people aren't taking on jobs that are available. Or I'm just saying the book kind of lays out that I believe we're still in this chaos event, very much so, right? And there's this thing called a Rossler attractor, which I wrote about and said, we can think things have kind of settled down, but all of a sudden something can happen. It's like this big orbit of a comet, and it flies around and hits you, and it just throws you all over the place, and you didn't realize it was out there. And so this has been in chaos the whole time, but because you're over here and the comet's way over here, like you're separated, and suddenly it gets so. I think we're seeing that right now. And so anything Ukraine or Canada or any more inflation or stuff like this can be this whole Rossler, which is actually pretty well written in my book. And it kind of explains, because some people have asked, they said, well, it seems like people are still buying what they can, or these comfort things, or they're booking. Disney is doing like, stocks up, even though like the stock market's down the last 2 sessions, and people, their parks and stuff like that. I said, that's crowd in behavior, right? This is people, you're not seeing these same people, try to open small businesses or a job because they don't know if they'll be essential or non-essential, if their kids' school will be open or closed or shut down. So there's these big fundamental things that are happening, which are keeping people on the sidelines psychologically, I believe. And I think I did a really good job in Philosophy of Information. So because the book lands in April, it's going to be right. This is still happening for people. So, yeah. What is middle class anymore? You pay $450,000 for a McMansion, 0.2 acres. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, my property taxes went up huge again. Assessment went up big, but right. So it's one way or another on that. You'll be inflated out of your house, right? Your property taxes will become, prohibitive, and you'll have to either, sell a house or reverse mortgage or whatever these people do, or try to downsize. But I mean, do you downsize then to a smaller condo, which is still very expensive if you're, older, your kids are out, or elderly or whatever? That's a mess. Mictubus, all experiences hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the form to which they are accustomed. It sounds like something out of Hobbes' Leviathan, although I know it is not. Or out of John Locke. Is that Locke? So you might have wrote it, and I'm hey, don't call me ma'am. I worked in the military. 14 years, I think, in the trade. That's the Declaration of Independence. So, okay. I thought if I went back to, God, it seemed like there's something similar that Locke wrote. Let's go back. That's in my earlier in the evening brain. So remember the Pledge of Allegiance at National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? Was it on Bethany or whatever? Was it? Yeah, or National Anthem or whatever she sang at the dinner table. So, God, I remember that movie came out. So, yeah. Well, tell you what, guys. For a night when I was like, I probably won't do a show tonight. You've been awesome. We have 25 thumbs up, which is absolutely terrific. And again, thank you so much. This was a wonderful chat. My big news, and the title here, I guess, is I am narrating School of Errors, the book I wrote and the book that released in 2019. I am narrating it professionally. It'll be distributed on Findaway Voices this summer, either July or August. So, and it will be, when you search on Amazon or where the other books are, it'll be there. Plus, the book is being additionally released by the publisher in paperback because it's been selling well over the last few years. But the publisher and we had discussions. The original contract didn't have the audiobook in it. And we got to this point where they said, if you want the audiobook, all right, but you have to be the one that narrates it. And I'm like, okay. So I'm kind of figuring out the whole narrating thing. And, I worked with the studio. I was there last week, and we got some early, kind of testing done and a little bit in the booth. but I'm going to, I'm up for the challenge. Like I want to try it and to narrate it in my own voice. Right. Or to have that book in the author voice. And I think it'll work. Again, I'm not professional at that, but I don't have like interviews in that book. So I just kind of have to stay to like who I am. Anyway, it's just something I'm glad and to have the opportunity to get that book out there for people. It's going to be really affordable too. So I'm pricing it like super low because I want people to be able to get that. So yeah, please, if your friends over in the chat that have channels, Bacon, his channel. You can, Bacon, if you want to post your channel, or anyone that has channels, if you want to be able to post them, just Old Humble has a channel. So yeah, to sub over to the channels and support support the channels. Definitely do that. And I appreciate, I'm back up to 1,180 subscribers after dipping down. And I said, I don't think people intentionally unsubscribed, but I think some channels might have got zapped and removed. But yeah, so I appreciate all you guys. So I'm giving a roll call here. C&T Designs and Arms, John Rice, Mictibus, Zippy, Ting Ting, Old Humble, Bacon, and we have Bolo, Vanessa, our friend John Rice, and another friend John Rice, and yet another friend John Rice, and Martin Kaminsky. So yeah, thanks everybody. I am going to head out of here and get firewood and bring my house back up to a livable temperature. So yeah, check to see if you're still subscribed here. So I appreciate that. All right, everybody, this is your good friend, Dr. David Perrodin from down here in the North Star Recording Studio. It's very cold, although it's going to possibly 40 later this week. We'll see. This has been a great talk. Next Monday night, we have Josh the Locksmith on for an interview. Looking forward to that. And he is really excited to be on the show. Like, he contacted me about a month ago and he wanted time to put his stuff together. And so Josh the Locksmith. And then 2 weeks from today, we have Lee Jarvis and returning to the show. So we've got 2 great weeks ahead of us for the Safety Docs. So that is going to be awesome. All right. So everybody, it is your good friend here, the Safety Doc, and I'm going to sign out. So have a good night, everybody. And thank you so much for subbing and for sharing and supporting the channel and the work that I do. So.
The Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.